All right, welcome back to Eberron the Fifth, where we are continuing our prologue series featuring each of our players individually as an introduction to their characters. Our player tonight is Dan. Dan, say hello.
Hello.
And I guess we'll just jump right in. Alrighty. Tham'Vel. You stand upon a tall hill overlooking an open plain. Tall grass wafts gently in the light wind that you can feel heightened by your elevation, giving you an excellent view of the plains below you. It is dark, and the wind is cool on your face. There are woods, forests that you know to the west, and you see far beyond a river and the surface of it clearly reflecting the night sky above, the lights in the sky. And as you look up at them, the stars above, you glance back down quickly, making notes in a sketchbook. Dominating this constellation that you are marking, a large orange-red moon, closer, fills the sky as it is at the apex of its waning annual, let's not say annual, but cyclical pattern. You look down, consult with a almost compass-looking an astrolabe, many markings as you hold it to the sky, and continue to make notes in your book. Sketching a particular constellation, you look up for reference, make a note, and another, counting the lights. 8, 9, 11, 12, 13. And as you look down and mark it, trying to place them in your sketches, you look up again, and one of these lights above you flickers for a moment. And then suddenly, soundlessly, disappears. It goes dark. Your eyes widen in surprise. And then just a moment later, the light appears again, now below, streaking, as you can see this falling star. Quickly, you reach to your hip, you pull out a monocular, which you extend, trying to track its movement as it descends and descends. It's at that moment that you look up. Pulling your fingers to your lips, you make a whistling sound, calling. There's no sound, there's no words. But again, you can feel that wind rising, this time pulsating, as the tall grass around you ripples from the forceful wings as a young brass dragon lands before you. You are untroubled. You feel your mouth moving, but you hear no words as you throw one leg over its neck, mount it, and it begins to fly off. It launches powerful wings, drawing you towards the horizon where you saw that star falling. And as the wind blasts, blowing your long hair back once more, you can feel your heartbeat rising, pulsing, getting louder. And that's when you awaken to the sound of knocking at your door. You wake up in your apartment, one you've been living in for several years now, decades, in fact. It is located in the lower central district of Sharn, the city of towers. Not your homeland, but you have done your best to make it your home in the last 30 years or so that you've been here. If that's correct. The last years, at least, that you have been here.
30 is correct.
Okay. And there is that sound of the knocking as you rise. And you can hear a voice calling, Tham'Vel! Tham'Vel, my boy! News! Great news! As he bangs on the door.
So I wearily slide myself off of my bed and make sure that my slacks are tightened and shuffle over toward the front and just kind of like dreary-eyed crack the door open and I look out. Do I see who I think I see?
You see a older gentleman, a familiar face, whom, to you at least, was once quite young. But in the time that you have spent here, his hair has grayed. Although it has granted him a distinguished look, he has worn his age mostly quite well, although you question the fashion sense of the short cane that he adopted maybe a decade ago. At first, as a joke, he claimed ironically, but you can tell more and more he leans upon this. Yes, you know who this man is, as he steps inside. Tham'Vel.
Real quick, I want to say something.
Sure.
As I let him in, I kind of like brush one of my eyes and I say, Gandwin, how many times must I tell you? A gentle rapping will suffice. My ears are more sensitive than yours.
Huh? Ah, well, I guess sometimes I can't tell how loud it is anymore. By the way, I'm not sure what you're doing asleep at this time of day anyways, and it is, the sun is up. It's probably like 10 o'clock or something like that. But you were presumably up late working on... What were you working on last night?
Ooh, let's see. I had brought some charcoal rubbings home of various flora found in the river valley nearby, and I was getting ready to maybe put together some kind of collage, or I don't know. I was probably honestly sitting up all night waiting for some kind of inspiration to strike, and it never did, and then I just fell asleep.
Is that what you explained to Gandwin?
No. I tell him a project I've just begun. It's I'm making up a tree of sorts.
A tree?
Yes, it's quite an abstract piece of work. I'll show you when there's something to show, but for now you'll have to take my word for it.
And true enough, you your specialty, in fact, as a painter, has become focused on the natural. And while this might be a case study of certain flora, landscapes are a common choice for you. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
As the natural world has become a great inspiration for you in your travels across Khorvaire in the last few decades. Well, if you have something experimental, he says, sort of taking his cane as he takes a few steps in and plops himself in a chair that he customarily sits in whenever he visits you, which is not infrequently. He says, well, something experimental. Maybe you should finish it quick. My boy, you're selling quite well. Amazingly, in fact.
Out of game question, would this be a shock to me? Or have I actually sold things in the past, or would I have like any concept for my stuff like actually selling?
Sure. You've sold a few things before. You've been at this long enough. You've made sales. The excitement in Gandwin's voice is unusual. And the implication is that this was a big sale. You know that you have had, amongst other artists, you are not the sole artist there, you've had several paintings displayed somewhat recently at the Brelish Museum of Fine Art. And it's not like a full gallery dedicated just to your work. You're not exactly a venerated, famous painter. Well, you have a degree. People who are going out of their way to track local art would know your name, but you're not like a famous artist. And yes, you've sold paintings in the past, but again, this sounds there's some surprise.
Yeah, so basically, as he's talking, I will have walked over to like my bedside table and reached my hands into my water basin, and I'm like splashing water on my face. And then when he says like, "You're selling quite well," I will just kind of like pause and look over to him, like take a rag and dry my face, and say, "Has something happened at the gallery?"
Oh, I'll say. Yes, something happened. A collector came in. He was caught by one of your paintings and asked to see more. Tham'Vel, he bought the whole collection. 8 paintings you had in that gallery. Not even all of them were on display at the time. He requested to see everything by you.
Has he come from abroad?
No, he's a known curator for the university at Morgrave. Surprising. Normally, there are definitely collectors of artifacts. Art, for sure, some. It's a university, after all. They cater to all kinds of students, but paintings, and to purchase in this amount. I am surprised, but not unhappy, he says, as he pulls a pouch that was tied at his waist and pours it on the table. Many gold pieces pour out. It's all yours, my boy. And I assume this means I won't be worried about rent.
So as I kind of brush the damp rag aside, I start kind of like sorting out the coins haphazardly on the desk, pushing them in various directions with my finger. I step back and I look up to him and I say, actually, hold on. I want to know if out of game I am familiar with the university at Morgrave.
You're certainly aware of its existence. Pretty much anyone in the city of Sharn would be. If you would like to know, let's see how much you know. Go ahead and roll a history check for me. And I actually don't have Roll20 open, so let me know what you get.
So I make a history check for 20, non-natural.
Fantastic. First of all, any Sharn resident would be aware that Morgrave University is an entire district. It is one of the highest departments of education in Khorvaire. It is second to none in its collection of foreign history, specifically relating to Xen'drik, the continent to the south. It is full of collections of rare artifacts imported and regularly funds expeditions to gather more of these. But it is a university and teaches many subjects outside of that, including the magics, the arcane. It is certainly the spot to go in Sharn to learn these things. However, it is eclipsed, I'll say with a 20, you know that it is eclipsed by Arcanix, I believe it's called, the Academy in Ondair, which is the #1 arcane academy. But Morgrave is the undisputed second place winner of that title. So it is a prestigious university known across the continent, and it is an entire district unto itself, owning many buildings, not just the campus buildings, but many of the others in the surrounding area.
Okay. So, all right. So as I kind of like, shuffle the coins around my fingers, I look up, I say, did this man say anything about the paintings aside from wanting to buy all of them?
Well, he was buying out for himself, for the university. But I think I know why and for whom. I don't suspect this will be on display. Tham'Vel, you have been summoned. Flame Wind, Tham'Vel. Flame Wind calls you.
What do you mean? I'm sorry. Summoned
to the
by
university.
way of... Oh. Does he wish to speak with me to commission more paintings?
Possibly. Who knows what Flame Wind wants? It's impossible to tell. Impenetrable she is. She visited the museum and walked through all the galleries just a few weeks ago. The curator returned today and purchased your entire collection. I don't think that these are unconnected, especially when I am slipped an invitation. And he hands it out to you. And it summarily requests your presence at the university.
Oh, you mean I've literally been summoned. Okay. This wasn't conjecture. I have received a literal invitation. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Gotcha.
What did you think?
I'm sorry. I thought, like, for some reason, like, the act of buying all my paintings was some way of communicating, like, the fact that I've been summoned.
Well, it was, but they didn't leave it quite that cryptic.
Right.
They purchased all your paintings, wanted to know the name of the painter, and then reached out to that painter with an invitation.
Right. So I take the letter, or the invitation. I don't know whether it's like folded and sealed or just folded, and I turn it over in my hand a few times.
The seal has already been broken.
Right. I flip it open and read it.
Sure. It is not very long. It's barely more than a note. And it is written from one Earleon Morgrave. And it summarily says, "Your paintings have caught the eye of our esteemed guest. Flamewind has requested to meet with the artist of this collection and has drawn on the fundings of the university to increase her collection." Please visit at the university to discuss further details.
I'm kind of like just looking at the letter and like narrowing my eyes a little bit. I cock my head slightly, then I look up toward Ganduin, very matter-of-factly say, I suppose it would be rude to keep them waiting.
Rude? Boy, it'd be unthinkable. Just get what they've already paid. And there is, in fact, a pile of gold sitting on your table.
How long is it till rent is due right now?
I don't know. Well,
basically,
I
at this
Maybe
point
a
I
few
want
more
to
weeks.
just
We'll
like
say it's halfway through the month.
take a monthly share of rent off the table and just like throw it to him right now, just to get it off my plate.
Sure. And let's see. You are living in Lower Central. Central is, as you know, the most affluent ward. Is ward the right term? Me. See, I always get confused.
I want to say it is.
It's actually not. Quarter. Ward
Quarter?
denotes height, so lower, middle, upper is ward. Quarter would be central. So you are living in Lower Central.
Right.
By the way, in the districts of, I believe it's called Myron's Gardens, Mycian Gardens. And this is the most affluent quarter. However, the lower ward is the least of that. So you're living in a modest sort of a middle class kind of area. I'd say that your monthly rent $20 gold, and it's gone down a bit as you've lived here for quite a while and established a good relationship with your landlord. It was more when you moved here, and even with you handing that 20 gold to him, leaves about 130 for you.
Okay.
It's a lot of money for paintings.
My paintings. We'll see about that. I'll have to mark them up a few more percents. Okay. So, all right, I hand him the gold and then I say, then I'd better prepare myself. Thank you for passing this along.
Of course.
I hope your day brings as much fortune as has met mine.
Well, that's a tall order, Tham'Vel. Today is definitely your lucky day. But, and he taps a pile of 20 gold that you just pushed towards him, I can't say I'm feeling bad.
Okay, so yes. I make just like a pleasant gesture in his direction, and I say, I will greet you on the way out.
Don't take too long. Flame wind awaits, my boy. You're joining an elite crew. Well, crew. An elite list of people who have been summoned before her. She's very secretive.
Okay. At this point, I'm kind of just like probing my knowledge about flame wind.
You can make another history check, I think.
So that history is a 12.
A 12. You know only the basic rumors that have come out. Flamewind, while an enigmatic character, is a known feature of Morgrave University, a Gyna Sphinx that was brought to the university only a few years ago from Xen'drik. She has become the talk of the town in high society, and perhaps the greatest curiosity that the university has ever brought back in their various expeditions to Xen'drik. She's only been in the city for a few years, and she is known to have a proclivity for libraries and museums.
Okay. Then I'll say, I'll try to be on my best behavior then.
See that you do. Who knows what powers the Sphinx has? Wouldn't want to
Yeah.
insult her.
I don't suppose there is any danger in seeing this flame wind that you've heard of.
No. She's been to the gallery several times in the last few years. She's very reserved.
I see.
Rather cryptic, if you ask me. But stunning in an off-putting way.
Well, perhaps we have more in common than I thought.
Perhaps. You've always been an odd one, Tham'Vel. Well, on your way. Great things.
Yes. I'll start gathering a few things from my room, and I'll throw on my green tunic. I won't put on my leather armor, though.
Oh, and before you go, and you see him, he steps back out into the sort of the hallway between the various apartments, and you see that he's actually brought one of his own paintings, and it is to a landscape. Although not necessarily sharing your style, he does favor oil paintings with thick brush strokes, and he holds it up. Any chance you could present it? She's in a buying mood.
Oh, I see.
I'll take it out of the frame. I won't make you lug the whole thing.
I'll grab the painting, hold it up, and make a show of inspecting it. And then I'll say, yes, I suppose this should suffice. I'll see what she thinks about it.
Oh, thank you, Tham'Vel. This could be good for the both of us. Congratulations, my boy.
He says, or I say, thanks again.
Of course. And he chews you on your way, but not before providing you with I don't know what you would call this, but I'm sure that it exists. A cylindrical tube that can hold a rolled up painting with a strap that you can, so that it's not cumbersome to carry. And he's removed it from the frame so that it is not a big pain in the ass to carry around this painting.
Gotcha.
Although he does caution you to be careful as you roll it up quite gently.
Oh yeah, no. As he's rolling it, I'm like almost cringing and like trying to stop him from doing it, but then I realize that it must be done.
Yes,
for the sake of transportation.
It is, and as you show your worry, he says, "Don't worry. This isn't my finest work. It's meant to be an example to catch the Sphinx's eye."
I will make sure that she sees it from the best angle.
Boy, I've always had a knack for lighting. Okay. Go. Shoo. Get out of here. And you notice on your way out that he's not exactly in a rush to leave your apartment. He's shooing you out of your own place at this point. But you don't feel terribly concerned about it, as the two of you have spent a decent amount of time together here, working, painting, or just having a few drinks together over many years.
Yeah, so I will, I'll grab, of course, my tunic is on. I've got the scroll case with a painting. I'll grab a few coins off the table and throw them in my pouch just in case. And then let's say like a loaf of like flat bread I had sitting out, I'll just like put it in my mouth as I walk out the door.
catching a hurried breakfast. You make your way out, and it is a bit of a network as you take the spiral staircase down the spire that is this sort of apartment complex, several floors of which are owned by your friend Gandwin, whose real name is Olar, by the way, but you haven't called him that in many years now. And you descend. It's a network. Going anywhere in Sharn is... You spend a lot of time indoors, and it's sort of tricky. You always need to be aloof because any one spire or tower in the city is not necessarily the sole property of one person. It could not possibly be. That would be far too expensive. As you go down, you may be in the same tower, but ownership changes, and you can rapidly, sometimes jarringly, transition from residential to commercial parts of these towers, as basically rooms are bought by whoever wants them. These towers have been here for so long that you just buy the space that you can find in Sharn, and navigating to different plateaus is a considerably more complicated affair in the upper wards. For you are currently on the lower ward. You're on the ground floor, which is a small luxury, perhaps one of the few luxuries that the lower ward has over the upper wards, which is that you get the ground, you get the earth. So for you, it is perhaps pleasantly not a terribly long spiraling downwards to get to the actual earth, and it opens and you are in Maishan's gardens, which it is your district that has been your home for many years, and you know that you are not alone in this. This district is populated with many affluent artists, not all painters, not all of the visual arts, but there is a gathering in this district, for you are just below that Museum of Fine Arts, which is in middle central. Just above you is where the Brelish Museum of Fine Arts is, where your paintings were on display. So there is a decent population of artists like yourself that are at least okay off, at least sustaining their livelihood here in Maishan's gardens. Now, getting to Moorgrave University will take a little doing. That is in, I believe, Upper Memphis. Now, Memphis is probably the closest order to you. It sits... it is one of the two central quarters of Sharn, where Dura comes along the western side, Tavik's Landing along the eastern side, sort of making a large U. These two meet, and then up here is North Edge, and then the two central districts is Central and Memphis Plateau. So Memphis is relatively close to you, though you'll have to make your way up quite a bit. You pass south from Maishan Gardens, passing through Valia Towers to the Granite Halls, and this is not an unfamiliar... Yes.
Maishan Gardens.
Yes.
It's called Gardens.
Yes.
Is it a lush garden area? Or is it just a garden in name only?
I would not use the term lush. However, it is, in fact, as you exit your building, one of the few places in this city that has any real natural earth. For a landscape painter, it is woeful. It is no Central Park. And even Central Park is an example of nature contained by the concrete jungle around it. It is a luxury that you can, if you so choose, leave your apartment, take your shoes off, and feel grass beneath your feet. Very few in Sharn have that option, and those in Maishan Gardens do, especially in the lower ward like you. This is a rare luxury, and there is some of that in a few trees, but it's the level of nature that you have in a city. It is no lush garden. It only seems lush by comparison to the city around it.
Okay, so yeah, habitually, whenever I walk through the surrounding neighborhood of Maishan Garden on my way to do something else, I will make sure to just like tap each of the trees and make a point to like inspect them, take them in visually, as I pass by them on my way to other things throughout the day.
And this is a habit that you've developed. It's something that you sort of do just in general because of your fascination of nature. These particular trees are old friends of yours. You've seen them. You remember when some of them were not here. In fact, a few, as none of them are allowed to grow terribly large. I basically picture like those small rectangles of nature that exist in cities along a sidewalk where a tree maybe, I don't know, tops 20 feet tall is trying to live. These are the kinds of trees that you are passing. And that is lush for Sharn. But it does not compare to the sites that you gathered when you journeyed across Khorvaire before you settled in Sharn. So these are familiar sights to you as you walk the streets.
Walking past each tree, heading away from it, I will kind of like move my feet back and forth as I walk, imagining that I'm tracing the underground root system, and just like picturing in my mind like how far out these roots have spread by now. And then yeah, I hurry on my way to get toward the what was it again? Which quarter?
Well, you're headed to upper Memphis.
Memphis,
the
yes.
University District.
Right. Is this a quarter that I would need to like walk all the way up to get there?
Well, there are many ways to travel in Sharn.
Right.
Walking would be a complicated affair, but probably one that you've done before, because you've lived here for a long time. It's basically the question of, would you like to catch the subway? Not that there's literally a subway here. This is a vertical city. But it's basically like if you were a New York resident, yeah, you can walk the blocks. You know the streets. It's going to take a while. Or you could specifically put yourself in... once you cross, you have to go south to the Granite Halls. And then the lower districts of Memphis include Torchfire, Firelight. Basically, you'd want to go to Center Bridge. And from there, you can take one of the lifts up. The lifts are not terribly costly, a couple of copper, but they can speed your travel. If you would like to save your money, you can go to Forge Light, a residential district, and you can take the Labyrinthine Tower path. And it's basically the equivalent of just... It's hard to compare to our real world, but it's basically like you're navigating these towers that are full of apartments, kind of like your own, until eventually you're getting to the tower just keeps going, and eventually you're in the middle district, the middle ward, the upper ward, and you just get up and up. And it's not just one building. You will frequently have to take a bridge and go to the next thin spire over and go up a little further there, and then so on and so forth, and lean out a balcony. And there are occasional plateaus.
Sort of like we're in Minneapolis and we have skyways connecting all the buildings. So you don't have to go outside ever in the winter. You can just walk from building to building. Yeah, so I think today is a lift day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still a little kind of drowsy from my overnight musings. And so I will kind of make my way to where I can find, I think, I'm not pretending to be perfect in navigating the city, but like I'll try and imagine like what the best place to get on a lift would be to get to the university would be.
And you know this. You already know this. You've lived in the city for long enough. It is in the district of Center Bridges, which is also residential, but has much more... it is in the center of Menthis Plateau, and so it is where the lift is. And as you make your way past Valia Towers through Granite Halls, which is a surprisingly industrial market district, considering this is central, it's a little bit odd how many raw materials are for sale from warehouses in the Granite Halls. It's a contrast from the artist-heavy Maischen Gardens. But you pass through Granite Halls and take the bridge to Center Bridge, also known as the Center Bridge. It links Granite Halls to the Menthis Plateau.
As I weave my way through the foot traffic, I'm assuming it's around the time I think there would be a lot of foot traffic.
It's midday.
People carrying things back and forth. A lot of times it will look like I'm being oblivious and I'm about to run into someone, but like right at the exact moment I need to get out of the way, I'll just like either duck or like shift my weight slightly, spin around.
Are you like intentionally riding that line of the moment where you can somewhat dramatically dodge?
Yes.
This?
So it's like my thoughts are clearly elsewhere at all times. Like I'm staring off into the distance. But I don't need to pay that close attention, basically, to be able to like
you're like one of those
duck out of the way if there's an impending impact.
Sure. You're like one of those who's mastered the art of like reading a book while walking.
Exactly.
Where your peripherals are like barely enough, and it's just as someone you're right on them, and then they enter your peripheral, and you just kind of like sidestep them real quick. And
today, given my dream last night, I am very much just fixated on the sky.
A dream, by the way, which was not new to you. A dream that has come to you many times.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just walking, like staring up at the sky, and then every now and then I'll have to just like jump out of the way of someone, and it's like people, those that don't know me, would see this and like get scared for a second that there's like someone's gonna like run me over, but no, I show no such panic.
And seeing the sky, by the way, is a questionable affair in Sharn. In Central, they have made an effort to maintain pleasing aesthetics, and even in the lower wards, it won't take long for you to find a spot where you can see the sky. Once you reach Menthis, lower Menthis specifically, things are quite crowded. And that is the nature of much of Sharn, especially in the lower wards. There is such a network of bridges and towers and offshoot buildings of towers that stick out like these odd bulbous extensions of that classic cylindrical form. And plateaus of the middle, if we're on the lower, of the middle and the upper and all of this, there are many places in Sharn where you cannot see the sky. It's a luxury living in Lower Central that you get to see the sky regularly. And Memphis is a fairly affluent area as well. But it's not until you take that lift and reach middle and eventually upper that the sky is truly revealed above you.
Right. While I'm on the lift, I will be entirely focused on the sky and the horizon. Before then, I guess I'm tracing the scant light that will break through the canopy as if it were like dappled sunlight coming through the overbrush of a forest. But as I'm on the lift, I'm almost just kind of like, well, okay, first, I have to pay for the lift.
Oh, it's considering the pay that you just received, it's a trifling amount. It's like 3 copper or something like that. The lift is, it's something that even the commoners use. Not that every incredibly poor person has any reason to go up to the upper wards, but this is available to the public. It's a trifling amount.
Right. So yeah, as I'm kind of like standing on the lift, staring up at the sky, waiting for my stop, I will just kind of like be, I'll have like my hands crossed and my finger like kind of just symbolically almost tracing the constellation that I was drawing in my dream, as if I could like still see it in the broad daylight. Just pondering while waiting for my stop.
Make a nature check.
So I made a nature check of 9.
A 9. You're doing it. You're thinking of that constellation. You're picturing it, but it is only in recollection of your dream. It is, which, despite having had many times, is a little bit always you have that dreamlike quality of not quite being able to recall, especially something as specific as the visual layout of those stars. Although you've seen them many times, while you do look up to the sky and imagine them, this is a mere projection with that role, at least. This is not an academic affair or anything. This is a mere just remembrance and looking up and kind of dwelling on it. All right. You make your way to Upper Memphis, and you know that Memphis is perhaps has the reputation of, for sure, has the reputation of the educational and artistic district. Now, while I'm sorry, not district, quarter. There are many theaters in Memphis. There is the university itself, and just on the upper Memphis level, where the district of university is located, there are 4 theaters there alone, let alone the many that you passed as you rose through lower and middle Memphis. This is a cultural quarter, essentially. This is where people come to spend. Memphis is where people come to unwind. It is where they come to be entertained. It is where they come to learn, obviously. And there are many, especially in the lower and middle wards, many venues that you have probably visited periodically as a fan of the arts, as I assume a patron of the arts. Upper Memphis specifically, Give me. I feel like I'm doing too many histories, but in 5e, there's no like knowledge checks.
History is a very broad
5e.
category in 5e. That's totally fine.
Yeah, 5e is a little weird because although I do approve of this, they got rid of all the specific like knowledge lore, knowledge local, knowledge. I don't know. There were so many of them.
Yeah, they had like geography and like dungeoneering.
There are so many knowledge skills. I suppose it has to be history. We'll do that for now. I'll revisit that.
It rarely matters for me because I have so many of the knowledge skills, but this is a history check for 14.
A 14. You are aware that in Upper Memphis, where you've journeyed, the university district dominates the center of this ward and quarter, this Upper Memphis area. But notably, and much of there are two residential districts here, Ivy Towers and Platine, and a market called Seventh Tower. But perhaps notably, a culturally flavored district known as Denius, which is home to many gnomes, many of which are immigrants from Zilargo, the gnomish country to the, I believe, southeast, I want to say. I need to look at a map. Wait, I have it. Ah, nailed it. Just south. I wouldn't even say southeast, just south. Or actually, Sharn is so far to the south of Breland, it's actually just to the east, because Sharn is on the very southern edge of Breland.
So as I navigate through this area, do I have to get off the lift and like walk, or am I still like just riding up?
You are up now. You are up, and perfectly. That district where you took the lift, that's in the center. University district is in the center. You have basically been brought straight in to the university district, and specifically, what you're looking at. Where you arrive, the central what you see, and it's probably not the first time you've ever seen it. I wouldn't be surprised if you had visited the university district and its many theaters in the past. So the university itself is in a series of towers. I believe they're called the Kalondan Towers. I'm trying to pull this up. Yes. Yes, I'm pretty sure. Here we are.
Kalondan, you said?
Yeah. That is the main tower that the university itself is within, I'm pretty sure. My gosh. There's so many sources. Regardless, what you see of Moorgrave University is what is called simply the bridge by the various students of the university, which leads to a central area, and that central tower, which I believe is called Kalondan Tower, is covered with there is a plateau here, and there is a dome atop this. This is called Lareth Hall, this dome that sits above the university, and around it are various towers, and these are each, in your experience, known as, they're each named for one of the countries of the central countries of Khorvaire. So there's Breland Tower, there is Ondair Tower, there is Karnath Tower. And while it is traditional for foreign students to live in the tower of their name, it is not a requirement. And the towers are named such. They were named such a long time ago, more as a symbol of unity than as like actual cultural It's not like you have to be Karnathi to live in Karnath Tower or in any of the others. It is a nod and a sign of unity to acknowledge that students from all reaches are accepted here. And so there are these various towers, 5 of them, and the bridge that leads to the central area where the university itself is in Calendon Spire, and the dome above, known as Lareth Hall. And the bridge, as you take it to walk, it takes a while. It takes probably 10 minutes at least just to walk from either end of this bridge. There's the sharp drop of a long distance down, crowded. It's not even easy to see the actual earth below. Whenever
I very fancifully like walk right near the edge of the bridge with my. I'm assuming there's a railing, or else this would be very dangerous.
Oh yes, all bridges in Sharn have walls that they're not like massive walls, but they're like, I don't know, I guess you could say like Jersey walls, where they're a couple feet high, and you can choose to look over and lean, but there's something there to stop you from just
right. So yes, I have my hand on the railing. It just like it brushes along as I walk, and I'm just kind of like fancifully staring down at all of the bustle going on below me as I cross the bridge.
Oh yes, and there's bustle on the bridge itself. In fact, the bridge is a long arcing, and it's covered, by the way. There's actually a top to this, which is not the case for all bridges in Sharn, not by a long shot. I finally found it. Dalanan Tower. What did I say before? I was close. Dalanan. What did I say before?
Oh, Colin something, right?
That's what it was. I just replaced the C with a D. Anyways, this is what it is. This is what happens when you're a slave to existing lore. Is that you're like, oh wait, I was actually off by a letter or two. I was trying to remember that thing, and I almost got it.
The number of times I'd have to like look up to see like where an apostrophe goes in a word, in those words that have weird apostrophes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, Dalanan Tower, aka the Central, where the university is. The bridge leads there, and this is almost like this bridge is basically like a social area for students. There are many bookstores, specifically paper makers, clothing distributors.
On the bridge?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. This is wide. This bridge is large enough that that markets have essentially been established on the edges of it, which narrow it. So this bridge is in total massive as it leads to the, as you get closer and closer, more and more towering above you are those Brelin Spire, Onder Spire, Thrain Tower. They're towering above you as you get closer and closer, surrounding it in a sort of a pentagon form, and you reach at last the center, the university itself. And I believe that you would enter first into...
What kind of door and or entryway is it?
It is a wide entry. This is not the only place of learning, but you're basically entering into its sort of the grand, probably into the library, I think would be the central, on the ground floor. You're entering into the university library, but it's also sort of the main entry, where you would go if you were visiting administrators and whatnot as well. So it's sort of what we would call the main entrance, I suppose. And it is wide. It has grandiosity to it.
Is it an archway, or are there like actual doors that have to be opened, or
wide doors, wooden, but much larger than necessary, perhaps
Okay.
15 feet high,
Yeah.
propped wide open,
Yeah.
double doors
Makes sense.
that lead after a small staircase that is probably
Brushing
more
my
for
hand
show.
along the grain of the wood on the door as I pass it.
And you are entered in, and I believe, I think that there would be a hall here, and a counter with receptionists. But even from here, you can see opening beyond this sort of circular reading area that is in the center of a very wide hall, very tall ceilings. You can see the library opening for you, and there are many students here. There's a low hum. It's kept quiet because it is a library.
Right.
But there is enough people in here that there is the persistent low hum.
So I walk in. I assume this is like a grand space. Is the dome above me?
The
From the
dome is
inside?
at the top of that. Yeah. It's not that you can't see the top of the dome. There's a ceiling here, a flat ceiling.
Gotcha.
But the dome is, that the dome is above you. Yeah.
So I'll kind of like meander toward the center of the space and then like do a slow 360 turn to kind of like examine all corners of the space, and then I will very abruptly start looking around to see if there is someone apparently available to give me information.
There is that desk, which I guess if you walk to the center specifically, you kind of like walked right past it.
That's
but there
fine.
is that help
That's
desk,
totally
that reading
totally on
desk
brand. Yes.
of people that's reasonably placed by the entryway.
Yeah, so I awkwardly meander back to the information
Mhm.
desk.
Mhm.
And I kind of like, I don't show them the note, or like I find the first person that I can
Mhm.
see
Yeah.
and make eye contact with. I'll pull out the note. I won't show them what it says, and I'll say,
Let me consult my notes.
this will be more seamless eventually. I say, any idea where I could find a flame wind?
There's a young man behind it, and as you walked up, he was making zero eye contact as he was looking down at a book. You can see that he has several parchments, sheets of parchment, and a messy ink pot and quill. You can see countless stains on the table from where he has drawn the quill to the page. And he wasn't even looking until you said, and he looked up. What?
As he looks up, I'll like twitch the note twice, and then I'll kind of like think for a moment, and I'll like pull the note down to my waist and say, I'm sorry, have I said something strange?
Most people just want to know where the library is, even though it's right there. You can see it.
Yes, that much was readily apparent.
Or they're looking for a book.
Well, I wouldn't mind searching for a book at a later time, but I do have more pressing matters at this moment.
Flamewind is not. I don't just send people to Flamewind. That's not. I've never met Flamewind. I've seen her pass.
Oh. Well, does she have a place where she presides when she's not passing back and forth?
She resides in Lareth Hall above us, next to our dean, Ilion Morgrave.
Very exaggerated, like nodding as like
It's
I just
not
did. And I'll
open
say,
to the public.
Oh, will there be someone there whom I can show my invitation?
Invitation.
He wants my invitation.
Give it here.
At this point, I will kind of just like unfold it in front of him.
And he looks at it, and he reads through, and then he gets to the bottom where the signature is. And it's signed by Earleon Morgrave, the dean he just mentioned. Oh. Okay. Well, I guess you have an appointment. I will send for him. And he leans towards, and it's like a circular desk, right? And I guess they have whirling chairs. And he kind of like rolls back, and he starts chatting with a woman over there next to him. They kind of whisper together for a moment.
While he's doing that, I want to just like very quickly like look at the messy inkwell, and just kind of like see if any of it has like gotten onto the wood and stained it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's just one of those things where, and they're not even all wet.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just, and you can see that the inkwell is, it sort of has like, it's like this, there's a small metallic like little thing that's attached to the table itself that's just designed to you just set your inkwell in there, and like if you bump it, it just kind of holds it in place a little bit. It's very faint. You can easily lift it out, right? It just kind of holds it in place. And the stains that are just all around that thing they're probably not even all him. They're definitely not all him.
My painted green fingernails will trace kind of like a pattern that I'm imagining being in the stains as I kind of like look sideways over the table as if I'm actually reading something.
It's just become like a Rorschach to you.
Exactly.
Like it's just
to the extent that if and when he turns back around, it would probably startle me.
And you're distracted, but he does eventually, after conferring with his compatriot, who I guess you don't notice. Roll a perception check with disadvantage.
Remind me how to do disadvantage in Roll20.
You would hit, I believe, control for disadvantage, and then you'll know if you're doing it right because there'll be a little red minus sign as you hover over the option to click on perception. So I believe shift is for advantage. Shift click, like go to D&D Beyond, go to perception skill, and then it should just look like normal at first, and then you press shift and you should see the plus sign for advantage, and then if you press control you should see the minus sign for disadvantage. Although I can just double check that right now, actually. Yeah, totally. It's control click.
Okay, because I've been making them directly in the Roll20 chat, and I'm trying to figure out how to actually click a skill to make a check.
Oh, are you not used to using Beyond 20?
No.
Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't realize that. Okay, so all you have to do, and I haven't even been paying attention to Roll20, all you have to do, you can just roll your checks through D&D Beyond. You don't that's the whole point. We set up Beyond 20 together, right? I think I
don't know.
Okay.
How would I check to see if it's set up?
I'll tell you what. Don't worry about it. We'll cover it on our break, which is coming up, by the way, because we've gone for a decent time now. We'll cover it on our break. I'm pretty sure. I thought I did this with everyone in the past, but we'll figure it out. For now, if you just have to roll whatever manually in Roll20, what did you roll on your perception check with disadvantage? And your bonus is +3 for perception. I can actually. There you go. Okay, so 14 and 20. So 14. I assume those last two were the 2 perception checks, right?
I feel like the 14 was from a previous check.
Okay, so 21 and go ahead, give me one more check. Oh, I didn't realize that you've been doing everything through Roll20. Okay. 5.
Lol.
Yikes!
Yes.
All right, so yeah, you're totally distracted by the patterns in the ink. But regardless, the man turns back to you and says, Mr. Morgrave will meet with you. I am surprised.
I show that I'm startled by like jerking my hand back and looking at him.
What are you doing? As he shoots you, I assume that you're saying that you were literally reaching over the desk onto his like, you were like reaching over, like tracing through those markings, right?
Yes.
Those are his papers.
If he asks like, "What are you doing?" I will say, "Just examining the woodwork of this table."
Right.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
Mr. Morgrave. He's expecting you. To my great surprise. You can head through the library.
So I will be meeting with Mr. Morgrave first.
That is who I contacted as he signed the bottom of your letter of introduction.
Understood.
Is there someone else I should contact?
Oh, no. You have done more than enough already.
Thank you. As I was saying, head to the back of the library, and that staircase there, he says, pointing. And it's not easy to see because there are these towering bookcases, but there is an area where you can see a sight that you've seen so many times in Sharn, which is that sort of curved stone wall that you know belies a spiral staircase that leads upwards. You can't even see the bottom of that staircase. You don't even see the opening of it, but you know that that's what it is, because that is the case in so many places in Sharn. Are these tight, contained, concentric staircases.
As he's like pointing me in the direction, I'll like take a few steps like back away from him and like follow where he's pointing with my eyes before like looking back at him, waving, and then turning to walk that way in earnest.
Yeah, and he just kind of gives you a quizzical look as you go and mutters something, immediately gossiping about you as you walk away to his the young female compatriot at the help desk. And you make your way towards the back. I think I'm shocked at how long it's been for where we are. Should we take a break? I think we're about an hour and 15 minutes, I think, in.
Let's do a quick break so we can cover Beyond 20.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So let's go ahead and let me pull up the BRB screen, put on some music, and we'll be right back.
I gave a thumbs up. I don't know if you saw.
We are back. So, all right. You follow the staircase upwards, and as you go, it wraps a few times, but waiting for you at the top of the staircase is a man clad in a long, flowing robe to his feet of purple embroidered with gold, especially along the edges of that robe, and in some reserved but intricate designs spiraling along it. The gold, at least gold-colored embroidery. A man stands there as you reach the top. He says, "You must be our painter."
As he says that, I do like a really quick, just like glance down at his shoes and like scan all of his clothing in like an instant, and I'll say, "You could tell upon sight."
No, I could tell because I was notified that you were coming.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I am Tham'Vel.
Welcome, Bell. I trust you received our summons, otherwise you wouldn't be here. I apologize for the brusqueness of it. Our curator was operating not at my command, but by our honored guest. She's taken an interest in you, and, well, we indulge her.
Yes, I should say I owe her a share of gratitude for procuring so many of my paintings.
Well, perhaps you have a new patron. Acquisitions aren't exactly my specialty. I'm a little busy with the overseeing of the university.
Am I correct to assume that is what this meeting is about?
Acquisitions?
No, a patron. Does she
Perhaps.
need more work commissioned?
Well, I'm not sure. You're far from the first she summoned, but you are the first painter.
What other types of crafts does she take interest in?
Oh, all sorts. The kinds that come through here at her invitation, they don't always fit in the university. She has an odd taste. Mercenaries, nobles, sometimes. An eclectic group. Why, I once saw her bring a goblin of all sorts.
A goblin, not a hobgoblin or, you know, something more civilized.
Oh, the short side. Make a history check as far as goblins.
I have rolled a 5 on history.
A 5. Well, unfortunately, you don't gain any additional knowledge, but you do have common knowledge, which is that goblins are not well, in your home district of Lower Central, you're not seeing any goblins there. But you know that that the population of Sharn has thousands of goblinoids living in it, predominantly in Lower Dura. You know that goblins exist here in part of civilization, and you don't know much beyond that with a 5. But you know that you know that here in Eberron, goblins are not just creatures in caves in the middle of nowhere. That is not the role of goblins in Eberron.
We'll say I'm demonstrating my privilege in this moment by implying that certain types of goblins are not civil.
As was Irleon himself, noting his surprise. It would be an incredibly rare sight to see one here in the upper ward of Memphis or really anywhere else. Suffice to say, he says, that Flamewind's tastes are a mystery to all but herself.
I see. And how long has it been since she last summoned someone?
Maybe a few months ago? I'm not exactly her secretary.
I see.
But she's not much for the quill. difficult to hold.
I kind of like, I try to mask the what do you call this facial expression? The realization or the confirmation in my face. But I quickly just kind of like return to a polite monotone facial expression.
You realize, yeah, and I think the realization that you're having is that this is literally the head of the university, and a descendant of the founder of the university. And he sees the perhaps appropriate slight embarrassment concealed in a neutral expression. Well, you're welcome upwards. She is certainly expecting you.
Right.
She is
and
never
just for,
caught by surprise.
For clarification, I am talking to
Earleon Moregrave.
Right. What does he look like again?
He's human.
Oh, you mentioned the robes. Yeah.
He is wearing fine robes.
Mm-hmm.
He is middle-aged. And he has a welcoming... He is affable. He has a welcoming look, but he speaks with you in the pace of, I have many things to do.
Yeah.
And he is greeting you because he is a polite man.
Mm-hmm.
But he gestures to you onward. And you can see that his office lies just behind him. And it is only a short walk to another staircase that takes you just one level forward. And as you wrap around and enter into this is now the dome. You are now in Lareth Hall, and you are now seeing the top of it. As you enter into an area with the domed ceiling, and it is quite wide and open, and you can see that there is actually a glass ceiling at the top of the dome that lets much sunlight pour through. And it is tall, perhaps 30 feet above your head, the apex of this, and the space is quite wide. There are many... What are those called? I want to say leterns, where you can display a book. Is that the right word? Say again?
Do you mean a lectern?
Maybe.
Or...
Yeah, it's like a podium where you can display a book.
Yeah, it's a lectern.
Right? Yeah. A lectern. There are several of these arranged in a circular fashion here around the room. But at the end, just in the shadows from the sunlight that is now coming at an angle, shining through that dome above, is a massive form sitting calmly. And even before you hear the features, perhaps just as you are reaching the top of that staircase, you hear calling to you, to your surprise, in Elvish. Welcome, Ancient One. You hear the voice and quickly track it to that form sitting in the shaded edge of this dome. She is quite large. The body is covered in sleek tan fur, but rippling down its coat, her coat, are orange layers. Stripes would be... It is not uniform enough to be called stripes, but this rippling pattern that goes concentrically down her coat. A long tail curls round from behind and rests atop one of her paws, larger than any of your hands. Perhaps just kind of doing that...
Kneading?
Yeah. Kitty biscuits gently on the floor, and a face that is humanoid and distinctly female, dark hair framing it, and eyes oddly feline, the pupils notably so, in that diamond sort of shape of a cat. Large wings lay folded on either side of her back as she gazes at you.
So as I hear in Elven, she didn't say my name, but she said Ancient One, right?
Yes.
I will like very quickly glance in her direction as soon as I hear that, and um, like my pace of walking will change, but I won't actually stop walking toward her. And then as I get like inside the direct sunlight, um, I will say, "Well met. I suppose I should thank you not only for purchasing my work, but also graciously extending me an invitation. I hear that you are uh, very choosy with your company."
Yes. I do not invite you to honor you, though there are few that I call before. I call them because I must, because they come to me. And you can see now, off to the side, there is a pile of your paintings, most of them laying, not all fully visible, stacked against a wall to her side. One in particular is actually displayed, sitting on an easel, I suppose, or something that can hold a framed painting. And it portrays a plain, a field at night, a river, the woods to the side, and the star falling. An artistic flourish you took yourself, the reflection of that star in the river. Perhaps not quite accurate to your dream, but that is the one that she has before her.
Forgetting myself, I will see the painting and then just like entranced, like walk toward it, regard it at arm's length for a moment, and then look back at her expectantly.
A fine work, though I did not pick it for its craftsmanship.
I'll try not to take that too personally, but if you didn't choose it for its craftsmanship,
Then
then
why?
perhaps we have more to speak about than I had originally thought.
This was the first that I saw. It spoke to me. The first of your work, I mean. I assume, based on your collection here, that you know what I mean when I say that the land speaks to us. Since time immemorial, messages are born from origins we cannot know. In the clouds of a gathering storm, stars of the night sky, the winding rivers, a reflection in a lake. There are messages hidden here. Well, they are there for all to see, but so few do look. You know what I speak of?
Well, I like to imagine that I can find meaning in things that are natural and things that are beautiful, perhaps both. I'm not sure I'm following you specifically, though.
Your paintings are beautiful, and some of them hold something beyond just the aesthetic. There
I see.
is
What would that be?
a communion of destiny.
Okay, so like at these words, I had like started taking off the scroll case containing Gandwin's painting, and at this point, I'm just like very sheepishly putting it back onto my shoulder and kind of just like gripping my shirt nervously like this, and I'll kind of like scan my paintings, kind of leaned against the wall. I'll take a step back. I'll glance around the room aimlessly for a bit and then look back at her and say, uh, forgive me for backtracking, but you did not call me by my name. You said Ancient One. I'm not that old.
Perhaps not in this life. But the message that your paintings tell me, that is ancient. And are not the elves of Aerenai guided by the ancients?
They are guided by ambition. Perhaps many think to be guided by the ancients. But I am puzzled over what you mean by in this life.
Do not worry. It is confusing, I'm sure. I have been here in Sharn but a short time. Less than you, in fact. But I came here searching for something. To the land of the fiends. You were foreseen. Your goal is an ancient one. You may not know it yet.
You say I was foreseen, not you foresaw me. Someone else did?
I am not as well connected as that. The prophecies I speak are only my own. Yes, I foresaw you. Not your name or your face, but only that you would be ancient. As only those commune with the land, as these paintings do, can be. Must be.
I let my shoulders, which I realize had become like very like tense and upright over the past minute, I let them fall very intentionally, breathe out through my mouth, and say, in light of that, I take it you haven't summoned me here to commission an additional collection of paintings.
I would be interested in your further works, but they are unnecessary. Your paintings have identified you to me. That is enough for now. You have a role to play. Tell me about this work, she says, gesturing to the one that is on display beside her. What does it mean to you?
It's a metaphor for a wayward soul returning home. That can be a deception check if you want it to be. I'm not like...
Okay, so
I'm not...
So that's
I'm not like...
necessarily... You don't want to admit the true origin of it.
Well, basically, I don't know the true origin of it out of game, but I'm coming up with something plausible, and if it needs to be something else canonically...
But you know that the true origin of it is that you saw it in your dreams, and you made a painting of it. If I've been too mysterious about that, I apologize.
No, you're fine. Yeah, no.
You have had that dream that we had at the beginning of this session. It was not the first time that you saw it. And I didn't
then
mean
in that
to
case,
blindside you. You painted this landscape from a dream that you had. And you know that.
Right, and to avoid saying something so trite as like I saw it in a dream, that is something that I just made up.
Is that it's a metaphor?
It's a wayward soul finding its way home.
Roll a deception check. Which is
a deception of 5.
Perhaps your words are truer than you know.
I turn my head up a little bit and like squint my eyes at her without trying to seem too offended.
Some of these are merely artful. Some of them capture scenes, places that I would like to visit based on what I have seen. But this one bears to me the weight of an ancient one. If you do not know its origin, that does not matter, I suppose. All that matters is that you are here now, and I will send you on your way.
You say that this painting comes from the mind of an ancient one?
The markings that bear our fate can be comprehended not by the younger races, only by those who have spent centuries to study. These patterns I see in your works.
I will take that as a compliment.
I
have studied quite a bit. But at this point, I must ask, what exactly is it that you would have me do?
I have had a vision. Your painting shows the falling star, but I tell you now, Ancient One, a star is rising. Your line, it is not dead. It is not gone. Forgotten, but soon remembered. Slumbering now in the sky, and the sky grows close. Heed this. A griffin falls, and the drake rises. Tonight, fate is forged in the realm of a blinking dog. There you will find your newborn brother, Ancient One. A monster of many eyes will take him if you do not intervene, and you must. I caution you, stargazer. With your eyes trained upwards to the skies, you will not see what lies at your feet. That is what my vision has granted me, Ancient One.
As she says, you will not see what lies at your feet, I just start staring at my feet in quiet contemplation. And I stand there for an awkwardly long period of time after she stops speaking. And I look up and I say, "Oh, you were finished."
I was.
I suppose that I will get right on that then. What? I'm sorry, are you asking me to do something or warning me? I'm afraid I'm unsure of what you mean in any of this.
I do not have to ask. I have set you on your way, and the signs are true. Though they are not set in stone, never, as I said before, in the clouds of the sky and the flowing water of a river, they are malleable. Take action. It comes upon you tonight and now, as I said. If you do not act, well, there are many other patterns in the skies. It is always evolving. You must move swiftly, lest you at last be forgotten, Ancient One.
As she says that the last time, you being forgotten, Ancient One, my shoulders kind of quiver a little bit, and I take a half step backwards.
Make an insight check on yourself.
Ooh, okay. Y'all.
Is it really low or really high? It's really low, isn't it?
Really low.
Oh,
it's a
you
3.
keep rolling so bad. You rolled so bad.
Tham'Vel's not on his game right now. He's off kilter because of this giant sphinx.
You don't know how to describe it, but those words troubled you. They shook you.
Well, that
something
much is
about
true.
being forgotten.
Yeah, I mean, that's not something that you want to say to an artist.
Perhaps that was it.
I'll basically just stare at her feet for a moment, clench my fists, and look up at her and say, "Well, thank you. I will. I'll take your counsel under advisement. Certainly. If there is anything else you need, you know where to find me. It would seem."
If you have more works, I would see them. But I have played my role.
Well, now that you mention it, I do have this one work that I've brought with me, just out of an abundance of preparation.
Show me.
It's actually not mine.
Oh?
This is, and I start like taking it out of the scroll case and unrolling it. This was done by the man who first taught me to use a brush.
Your master.
Yes. We follow similar content, but of different style.
I see. And you unfold it, revealing a landscape. This one is dominated by a mountain range. The sunrise is the major player. It is a good study in lighting. The rays, the sun reaching the apex of the mountains. What is particularly masterful about this painting is the darkness of the mountains, as the sun is not high enough to portray that yet. So we see the lighting increase towards the apex of that mountain range, which is not a consistent line, and that is the level of mastery, showing that gradient of light as the sun rises. And it is beautiful, perhaps a little cracked from its transport, but it is beyond question a competent work. And she takes a look at it. It is pleasing. I'm not sure if it speaks to me.
As soon as I heard her voice starting to respond, I had already started kind of like nodding my head, beginning the process of rolling the painting back up and putting it in its scroll case. And after that is done, I say, I think I understand what you mean.
I am not a patron just for appreciation of the arts. I saw something beyond the arts in your work, you understand?
That does remind me. I am curious as to the nature of your other summons over the past years. You have called mercenaries here?
I have had many visions. I call those before me who I must, and who must come to me. It is written. What strikes me here is that you are one of the few I've ever met who saw the writing. It is in that river there, she says, gesturing to your painting. That is what guides me in my invitations. There.
I say, I repeat the words "in the river" to her under my breath as like confirmation, basically, before glancing over at the painting.
The river, the sky, the woods, the grass. The dragon, which is not in your painting, but was in your dream.
What of the dragon?
What of it?
I haven't told anyone of that or included it in any of my works.
He told me. I can see it here.
Is there something that you could tell me in turn of this dragon? Because I'm afraid I know precious little of it, except that it has appeared before me in my musings.
When I gazed upon this painting, visions came. That was where I saw it. A young dragon, scales shining like brass. It was powerful, but obedient. That is all I know.
An obedient dragon? Right. Thank you. That is more than I knew before. Your advice also I am grateful for.
Do not dally. As I said, fate comes tonight. If you do not act, well, perhaps the stars will change. They do change, don't they?
At that, like, my head will almost like spring back a little bit, and I'll like grit my teeth together and nod and say, I suppose I'd best be on my way then. And then, without saying anything else, I will turn and walk toward the staircase. As I reach the apex of the staircase, I'll glance back really quickly, back at her, just to see, not expecting anything from her, just to see what is like on her face.
A respectful and calm, slight bowing of the head as she sits still, quite content, just folded on herself at rest on a carpeted, by the way, sort of platform at the edge of the dome on the far side from that staircase. And her eyes follow you as you make your way down.
I take the stairs down 2 at a time, in more of a rush than I have been all day, in spite of the fact that I was actually trying to make an appointment before. And I'll hurry outside of the university, if I must, like, if people get in my way, to be like, thank you for coming, how did it go, like, pleasure to meet you.
No, nothing like that. Not people who are specifically noting your visit. There are certainly people here in the university, students, as you have to pass through the library, which is quite large, from that staircase where you entered up into Lareth Hall. But no one is particularly, except perhaps for the people that you spoke to at the desk at the very entrance. No one is specifically addressing you or stopping you. And as you burst out of the front in some hurried fashion, I suppose it's after you're traveling, you did take the lift to speed things up a little bit.
Well, the first thing I want to do,
yes,
once I get outside, I want to like scan the horizon to basically like gauge how close to sunset we are. That's like the first thing on my mind.
Yes. And I was going to say that it is probably a little past noon. You have a few hours, several hours ahead of you, before night falls, I think. And I would encourage you at this point, if you didn't see it, to review the text that I sent you, which is what Flamewind told you. Although I don't think I spoke it exactly as such, but it will do. I would encourage you to
I'm reading
take a
it
look
now.
at that.
Forgotten ones soon remembered. Your line is not gone. No, only slumbering in the sky, and the sky grows close now. The griffin falls and the drake rises. Blinking dog. A monster with many eyes. With your eyes trained upwards, you cannot see what's at your feet.
And as you walk idly with no true goal, wandering through the large, what would you call that? There is a beautiful field, better than what is in Maishen's garden, leading up to that library, the main entrance of Moorgrave University. There is a campus ground for campus green. There is a term for this. There is a green for the campus here. And as you wander across that, thinking, mulling over the words, you hear a voice calling. A man shouting, "Come and see great tumblers, fantastic action, and stories fit for all ages. The theater that wanders, not performing in the same place. Come and see." And you look up and see that there is a man there holding some parchments as he waves them and crying. And he is not far off from a crowd gathered on the screen just a ways off. Perhaps 20 or more students gathered there. And just beyond it, barely raised in a makeshift stage that you can see has been unfolded from a wagon as its backdrop. You can see a performance happening in the distance.
Like an acrobatic performance, dancing, musical.
It's a ways off.
Oh, I see.
The crier is closer, trying to draw attention to it. The performance itself, you can see the crowd there. Mm-hmm. The stage is somewhat obscured by the crowd around it, as it is not particularly raised.
I let my feet carry me toward the crier. I kind of like do my best to blend in with the crowd, and I kind of like try and get a closer look at what is on the leaflet he's showing.
Sure. And as you approach, he says, "Interested in a very affordable entertainment and a very ephemeral one. For the Stargazer Theater never performs twice in the same place." And
if it is truly ephemeral, you should be charging more.
It is so cheap because we never charge the same patron twice. We're a traveling circus. Well, a traveling show.
I see. And I'll say, while I'm not usually one to partake in affordable entertainment, I suppose I will see what this is about. Does he offer me like the parchment, or does he like, is it just one thing that he has, or does he have like a bunch?
Sure, he has a couple of copies, and what he hands you is a small brochure, mostly full of artistic depictions. It shows a wagon folded on itself and on a road on the cover, with a joyful depiction of someone guiding, sitting at the helm of holding the reins, that's what I mean to say, guiding this wagon. And as you open it, it says the Stargazer Theater, and it specifically says that it provides family-friendly entertainment of a jovial nature. Performances new, locations always changing. Visit the ephemeral theater, and they are a traveling troupe. The speaker says, "This is a rare opportunity, A Fjarlan elf has joined the company. His illusions lend credence to our performance. This is not something you can see any day."
What do I know about House Fjarlan in-game?
I'll say an Arcana check for this one.
Guess what?
Is it super low again?
It's 4.
What is going on, dude? What's going on?
Getting my drunk rolls out of the way.
What? Hold on, let me open this up. I don't even have Roll20 open. What is this happening? Hold on, here we go. 4, 3, 5, 5. And then those ones that we did with the acrobatics, those were tests, right? Excuse me. So that means that the one before that was also a 5. That was the last real roll you did. So you rolled like 3 5s and then a 3 and a 4? Those are our last rolls?
Look. Tham'Vel has lost his wits. He's at his wits' end. But yeah, okay, so he says Fjarlan elf. I'm like, all right, that sounds cool or whatever. Oh yeah, tell me what I know about Fjarlan.
What you know is that they are one of the 12 dragon-marked houses. That is common knowledge for anyone. And you know that they are specifically an elven house. And I don't think you even know the name of the mark that they bear. I don't think that you even know that with that roll. Yeah, you know that that it is not uncommon for them to be associated with the entertainment industry. Mm-hmm. But perhaps you don't know why.
I nod in satisfaction at the mention of illusions, and then I say, very well then. I shall have to see this for myself.
It's a silver piece, a modest price.
Does he like hold his hand out right now to collect the silver?
There's no one else to collect. It's so just a wagon in the distance with a crowd around it. There's no walls, no doors.
I'll take the silver out and hand it to him.
Thank you, sir. And he bows low, gesturing.
Okay. As he bows like super low, I'll instinctively just take like one step back, and as he comes back up, I'll like nod respectfully toward him and say, "Thank you for finding me at this moment. I needed to get my mind off of things."
That's what we're here for. Relax. Take a breath. And gaze.
Before he even started saying take a breath, I was already like inhaling a big gust of air through my nostrils, and as I start walking over toward the stage, I like exhale very slowly. And I do want to get like right at the edge of the crowd just to see what's going on.
And you can see, taking a look at those who are gathered, it looks like mostly younger folk. And the university is a diverse population. Now, overall, the majority, the largest demographic of Sharn, not actually the majority, not actually 50%, but the largest demographic is, of course, human. But there is a mixed populace. There is perhaps an elf or two, like yourself. There are a scattering. There is a gnome sitting on the outer edge, separating himself a little bit from the crowd so as to get a better view. There is at least one figure that you see bearing odd long ears with fur covering them, though the rest of their features seems humanoid, not furred. And the ears twitch a little bit as some of the music that's playing in the performance, a drum is banged and the ears kind of twitch a little as she's watching. She's not paying you any mind. She's enraptured at the moment. And you make your way to the back of this crowd, not being terribly forceful. And you listen as on the stage, which is small, but larger than you would expect, you can see that the side of the wagon comes down and then extends to either side to give it perhaps a total of 20 feet across this stage. And you can see at the moment there is a solitary figure, and he is crying out. The performance is being done perhaps without words. There's music being played. You can see musicians sitting on the edge of the stage, and this strikes you as a performance that is stylistically being done, at least in this scene, without a script. And the figure sits on his knees, and he looks conflicted as the music swells. He looks up and a backdrop is lowered, and it is a night sky, stars behind it, and lowered in wood is a moon, not the orange-red you saw in your dream, but instead a faint blue. And this creature, an elf, the actor, but as you stare at him, his form begins to change. He grows in size, and his face becomes more rigid, the jawline formed until he becomes a caricature of what a giant should be. Nowhere near as large as a real giant would be, for that would not fit on a 20-foot stage. But he takes on the aspect of one kneeling, and he shakes his head as the music, stringed instruments now drawing dramatic notes, and he shakes in confusion, and you see him bend down and pick up this massive stone, which comes into existence, glowing as he reaches down. It's pantomime, but the images become real as he interacts with the stage. And he takes it, winds back, and throws at the moon that has been lowered, and it shatters, exploding into glowing shards that then fall back. He begins to toss and turn as the music continues, standing, and more figures enter from the stage left, and a dance begins. It is reserved but triumphant, but there is something sorrowful in the music, and the performance continues, but it is, again, without words. as this parable is played out. You can make a history check if you would like. At last, something solid. A 16 for history.
I'm glad for that, because I really want to know what this is about.
Sure. What you know is not much. What you know is that the giants come from Xen'drik, and that Xen'drik is a hot topic here at Morgrave University, where many ancient artifacts are collected. You know that these artifacts come from the ancient fallen empire of the giants, and you surmise that the theater company has picked some piece that they thought relevant for where they're performing on the greens of Morgrave University. And you're not sure the origins. But it's not the first time you've heard of a giant and a moon together. And you struggle, but you think maybe there was an old fable, something along those lines. Now, this has been presented predominantly as a musical and dance performance. The story is presented incredibly loosely. But the story is this. There was torment in the giant. He struck at the moon, and he felt exuberant victory. That is the story as you analyzed it.
Okay. Wordlessly, I try and gauge the rest of the audience's reaction to this. And just for good measure, I'm going to scan the ground around me.
The various other observers, most of which are fairly enraptured, as the performance has made extensive use of illusion and competent musicians. Most are giving light applause or are watching faint smiles on their face. It's being received fairly well. And as you look towards your feet, you already hear a voice calling. Excuse me, I can't see. And you look down, and there is in fact a small halfling woman standing behind you, saying, "You're kind of blocking. I paid my silver, you know."
I stare into her eyes and blink a few times. And I say, perhaps I could help you see a little better?
Yeah, you could. You could step aside. And you see she's squat. She's wearing green cloth with several leather straps around the belt, a couple of which that go across the waist. Not really just one that is the belt, but some that go across the chest too. They're disparate. They don't quite make a vest. But several of them wrap around her. Underneath that is simple green cloth, cut short. A t-shirt, almost a tank top, a vest, a cloth vest, frayed at the edges around the shoulder, and pants that seem to have had their wear. Make a perception check. Can't believe we're almost at 3 hours. God, I talk
I'm back
way
on
too
my
much.
bullshit.
Oh my God, I
Perception.
can't believe your rolls, dude. I don't know, they're pants.
They're pants.
You're with your 5 perception. You don't notice
Indeed,
anything additional about her pants.
We are wearing slacks and breeches in this town.
She is.
Verily.
They are not dress slacks. I'll tell you that much.
Cool. That's good that she's wearing pants. I mean,
she is. You can see that.
yeah. So, okay. So I look at her and I will kind of like politely step out of the way, and I'll follow up by saying, let me know if you'd like a lift.
Excuse me.
I could lift you up so you
what?
could see the performance better.
You think
I'm
I
sorry,
need you
is
to
that
carry
inappropriate?
me? Is it inappropriate to ask if you could pick a stranger up and put her on your shoulders like a child?
Fair point. Then do let me know if I should move anyone else out of your way.
Forget it. And at this point, you can hear the applause rising as the piece is pretty much coming to a close.
Right.
And you can see a couple of different characters. You were kind of coming in at the tail end of it as yourself, as it was.
Mm-hmm.
And the one that you saw who was playing the giant is there, and the illusion drops, and you see the form of the elf again. But there are others there who played different roles earlier, and you can see them taking a curtain call, and they go off stage. But there's also someone there, an announcer sort of, who begins to describe the next display that's coming, and you can see that it's sort of about to enter an intermission anyways. And at this point, the halfling looks at you and says, forget it. I suppose it was only a silver. And she yanks on the sleeve of another guy, an elf standing there off to the side, just a little behind you, who is staring at the stage. He looks young. I mean, you look young. And you're over 100 years old. He looks younger. Golden hair, long sleeves, simple clothing. He was staring at the stage, and as she tugs on his shoulder, he says, huh? Oh, are you ready? He says, let's get out of here. We're too late. And they begin to make their way off.
Okay, so I take a few seconds to consider tentatively, and then as they start to walk away, I kind of like reach my arm out ever so slightly, and I say, wait, there must be more performances that they're going to put on, right?
The halfling just doesn't even turn back. Says, we don't have time. They'll be on intermission. As she continues to walk off, headed towards the bridge, the main extension that leads from the central university and leads back towards the rest of the district, the spires kind of circling that space in between.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
They're like walking away from me now.
Mm-hmm.
I take like 2 steps in their direction, very slowly, and then I kind of like get caught in a moment of indecision. I'm like glancing back at the stage and then back at them, back at the stage once more, and then I take my 3rd step and commit myself to trailing them at a distance, basically, without, you know, I'm not like trying to catch up with them. I'm just following them to see where they're going in secret.
Oh, yeah? In secret? Give me a stealth check.
When it matters, I got it. 15.
15. Absolutely. First off, they don't seem to be paying much attention to you. At least not at the moment, as they make their way towards that bridge. And you wait a slow count to maybe 15. And you're watching them periodically, just glancing over your shoulder until they've made their way to a distance that you feel comfortable with. And then you begin to follow them in a not too hurried pace. Not really changing much about how you would walk, just walking down the bridge. And as they make their way, they are not terribly disturbed or alert. A couple of people, a couple of the merchants on this bridge are calling out. You see a few students exiting some of the bookshops. Others who are less established merchants in their stalls are crying their wares, parchment, ink. Some attempting to sell minor spell components, guano and ground gem dust and incense, things like that.
Did you say guano?
I did.
My God.
It is a magical component.
I give that stall a wide berth.
It is, there is no scent as you pass. It is, well, I don't know. Make an Arcana check, actually.
Arcana 15.
Yeah, you're familiar with the fact that wizards use components, and as far as something like guano, it's certainly not fresh. It is something that would be dried, maybe even powdered. The odors are probably not extreme. This is old. It's it's probably not a pleasant smell, but probably neither are some of the other components that are old and preserved and musty, and guano is just one of those things. Anyways, you make your way, trying to give them a decent amount of space ahead of you as you follow them down the bridge. And they lead you out of the university district. And they begin, out of the university. And for a moment, you hope, for a moment, your wiser self knows that if they go to the lifts, it will be difficult to conceal your pursuit. So you are perhaps relieved when instead they make their way towards a district called Platinets, a neighborhood, but one that has a winding pathway downwards. And as they begin to descend into this network, lowering into other wards, tell me how you will pursue them.
Given that they're going down a staircase, right? I want to... Ooh, that's tough. All right. Basically, I want to stay as far behind them as possible while hanging like on the far outside of the staircase. Maybe even like sliding on my butt down the railing, in a way that is as inconspicuous as possible.
Are
though
you saying
admittedly
that,
not.
Okay, all right. I gotta push back a little. I'm struggling to combine inconspicuous with sliding my butt down the railing. I'm struggling to combine those two ideas. So
You're fine. Let's just say I'm up against the railing, trying to basically keep like one or two passersby when possible, in between us.
Uh,
If there is not anyone nearby, then I will kind of like get up against the inner wall so that they're not just gonna like look behind and immediately see me.
okay. All right. Roll a. I think that you're using the people a little bit. You're sort of blending into the crowd a little bit. I could call this a performance check, maybe, if we're particularly utilizing the people in between you and them. Or I could call it I would call it a stealth check if you stayed close enough to keep an eye on them. Spiraling staircase. Yeah.
So like yeah, basically what I'm doing is I'm staying as close as possible to them so that I don't like lose them as they maybe go into a door or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I want to have like one person at any given time that I treat as my anchor so that like if they happen to turn around and spot me, there's like this
Somebody in between you.
plausible deniability that I'm like actually traveling with someone else, you know?
Right. Okay, so that relationship with the person next to you, that's the performance, is the believability that you are walking with them because they are a friend of yours. So I'd say a performance check.
13.
A 13. And that will do it. And as you ascend down, making your way down from where were we? From Platinet down into Middle Platinet? I didn't expect this to have the same district name. I didn't expect that, to be honest, as I'm looking at this map. But as you do, and it begins to extend, and it's after you've gone down a few flights, and then you take a bridge, and eventually you're sort of reaching back towards the center area, but now you're beneath the university. And it's on one of these bridges that they pause for a moment, kind of leaning against it and looking out across the sky. And the elven man kind of looks back casually, not really looking for anything, and it's at that moment that you pause on the opposite side of the bridge next to someone, and you sort of make it look like you're reaching over, as if you're about to touch their wrist, and just faintly lean forward as if you're about to mouth, as if you were whispering something to your friend. And you do it just subtly enough that to that person there, you just kind of look like you're also gazing over the bridge for a moment. But it convinces them that you're just a passerby. And they begin to move off again after a moment. And they are leading you now into the Everbright district. This is the... If you thought that the guano in on the bridge was gross, and if you thought that the vendors there were shabby, they certainly were by comparison to the Everbright district, which is the de facto marketplace for wizards gathering their components. Lights are ever-burning flames are in each lantern in this district. It is never without light, although they can be shut off if so desired. And these lanterns hang from various corners. And it is a bit of a network, as your following has lasted maybe 30 minutes at this point. It is getting more labyrinthine. And where are they taking you? Let me double check something. I'm pretty confident, though.
This is my Tham'Vel monologue. Where are they taking me?
I know where they're taking you. As they continue downwards, well, actually, I think first, you are now in Middle Memphis, and they take you further to the west, taking you into a region called Hassan Bridge, and this is perhaps an even larger representation of what you saw. It is similar to what you saw leading to the university. It is a massive bridge, much longer, bridging what is called the depths, which is the space between districts that leads far below to the shattered ancient ruins that Sharn is built atop. A massive bridge leading not just to a university, but bridging the gap between Memphis Plateau and Middle Dura, specifically the ward of Rattlestone, another residential district, and you follow them across this on the middle before once more, before they make their way to yes. They make their way, traveling north in Middle Dura, up into a crowded marketplace. This goes on as far as the eye can see, and they are lost almost immediately in a thick choking of the many people that are ahead of them. There is now a massive crowd in what is known as the Bazaar, the largest marketplace in Sharn, although not necessarily the wealthiest. There is so much noise here. There are so many criers calling, "Sausages!" Another one, "Tapestries, get them! Rare inks and feathers! Oddities from Xen'drik!" Many voices crying out, and a thick crowd of people closing in. At this point, you have lost sight of them. How do you find them again? How do you stay on their trail?
Okay. I'm going to glance around for either a staircase or even something as risky as a stone column or a stack of crates that I can just like very quickly jump up and try and get like a better perspective of all the people, just so I can kind of like really quickly triangulate their position and then jump back down into the crowd.
You want to get a better vantage point. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. There is a stall nearby with this one seems a little more permanent than the others, and while it is a stall, it has sturdy stone foundation and some crates beside it, and you see that pillar leading up towards the sort of classic cloth covering to cover the display area from any inclement weather, though the skies seem clear at the moment. And you see that you can quickly jump up on these crates and grab a hold of that and take a glance over the crowd. So you do so. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Perception 17.
17. You're gazing over. There are so many heads, so many faces, and they're swarming. There's perhaps slightly an organization to the movement. There is always the willful sort who's going against the crowd, but mostly there seems to be a pattern of movement kind of going roughly counterclockwise, actually, through the bazaar, and kind of weaving into the center where there's another ring of stalls and whatnot. And you're trying to follow that, and you're watching, and just there, you pass, and then you look back, and what you see is just briefly someone bending down, and then their head rises back up. You see that light blonde hair. The halfling you cannot see at all through this crowd, but what you can see is an vaguely elvish man bend down and say something quickly as they move forward, and you have their path. They look like they are dipping into once more a building towards the northeastern edge of this district. Success.
I
said that you were successful, sir.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant success as in I successfully found something. But yes, I will like find somewhere where I can land safely and just leap off the crates and very quickly just kind of like nudge my way through the crowd toward where I saw them last and head toward the building.
And so you do, although it is hard to make that landing. You have to wait a minute to get enough clearing between people, which is difficult. And even then, you have to kind of oh, excuse me, as you kind of land, and a couple of people shuffle off, kind of like, huh? What's your problem? But you don't have time for them as you press your way through, and you do have to press. But with a goal in mind, it is reasonably simple to weave your way between people as you make your path up. Following, at this point, the road is sort of following the edge of what I mentioned before. Is that true? Oh, I'm looking at the lower word. Yes, okay, all right. You are being led. That building that they went to was one of the many that is on the sort of edge of that sheer opening that exists between what you are now deep within Dura, that deep chasm of ruined, old, abandoned territory that exists between Dura and, in this case, Central is now across from you, which you can see in the distance. They have made their way towards a building just on that cliff, and they do not go inside. They take a path that is built along the outside of the tower, and as you follow, you see you are now the height is dizzying. It's hundreds of feet down to the bottom, and it is just a waste down there. But you begin to descend along these rickshawed platforms that go down along the side, hugging this wall, following spires, sometimes spinning and then sometimes going straight across in a bridge, in sort of a rope bridge pattern, to the next tower and to the next, but gradually down and down this works its way. And
I'm always distributing my weight like toward or along the support beams, as opposed to like on planks where you could like break through, basically. I'm almost like tight roping where the wood is most sturdy.
The support beams are the towers that it connects with. There is nothing reaching to the ground in between those. It is yeah, it is nerve-wracking, if perhaps, except for the fact that you are not new to Sharn. However, you have visited Dura before. These walkways make you a little nervous. They are the least maintained of those in the city, as you are now entering into Khalistan, a district in Lower Dura. Lower Dura being the absolute most destitute of the districts in Sharn. This is the opposite of Central. This is an altogether dangerous district, as you well know. In fact, make a history check for me.
History of 15.
15. You know that there is crime in this district. However, it is not the first time you have ever visited here. Khalistan. While this area is at least intact versus some of the other districts of Lower Dura, like Fallen, which is a complete abandoned ruin, this area is still maintained, and it bears perhaps most of its protection from a criminal organization. You know that organization to be called the Boromar clan. A group, a family line of halflings, although the clan employs more than just halflings. And as you are being led down into Khalistan, you can see that the demographic is changing. And in fact, as you follow the roads, which now are clinging tightly, you've made it to sort of the ground floor, although those ruins do go even deeper than that. So I guess there is that cliff there, but now you can move inland and at last onto earth, onto flat, the ground level of the city in the lower wards. And the roads are tight, they are crowded, the alleys are narrow, and where they are open and there is a population, the demographic has changed drastically. There are orcs, there are goblins, at least a few dotting the edges of perhaps peering out of alleyways. Those walking the main streets here do so in a reserved and hurried fashion. And you see your quarry ahead of you.
Has the crowd thinned at all?
By comparison to the bazaar, absolutely. The bazaar was packed.
So I need to extend my distance for sure.
Yeah.
Right, but I also I'm wary of the fact that I might stand out down here, to be frank, because I have a nice tunic with like gold trim. So I am kind of like not even hiding from them, but just like kind of shrouding myself in whatever shadow I can find.
Okay. And you step back, and now as the day is passing and the sun is growing lower, and you are now in the lower wards, shadows are everywhere as sunlight only reaches a district like this, if they're lucky, if you're in the right spot at noon, at the zenith of the sun, when the sunlight shines straight down, might you get a ray. That is not now. It is dark. It is getting dim and dingy here, and the lighting is only from the periodic torch that is mounted along the street. You get more light from the windows that you pass as you go through this district, and you can hear raucous noise from some of the buildings that you pass, but perhaps what troubles you more is the sounds that you hear from the alleys in between them. And
what kind of sounds? Can I like try and make out what's going on?
They're chaotic, and they only invite your curiosity in a morbid sense.
I see. Well,
it doesn't sound like something you'd like to go exploring in the dark unless you were feeling particularly heroic.
maybe on another day. I have more urgent matters to attend to.
Passing by one of them in particular, as you glance down, you can see an assortment of people crying out in one of these alleyways, not in pain or anguish, but a group of men, a few goblins, a halfling, a man, and a woman who has the features of whiskers coming from her nose, and fur along the edges of her face and on parts of her shoulders, and a sort of slightly upturned nose, and they are dicing on a small tray in the alley, and you can hear one shouting at the other and another laughing as they win the roll. And you can see that I barely researched this skill challenge mechanic that I'm trying to do. Yes. And as your quarry continues on ahead of you, you can see one. Yes, perfect. A young woman steps out, and you can hear her calling, Company for the night. And as you pass by, she grabs your wrist. Young man, I can give you whatever you dream of. Just visit us inside. I'm not to your taste, or... And she's pulling at your wrist as you try to move along, and you can see them on their way out. But she's held you for a moment, and you yank, and she holds. She's not like manhandling you, but she holds onto your wrist even though you're starting to pull away. And she's, oh, come now.
I lean in like really close to her face, and I say, I have very vivid dreams. And then I will kind of like, in a split second, turn back to make sure I don't lose the people I'm following, and then just try and like slip my hand free.
You take a glance. They're there, and you do it quickly. You can see them. They're about to turn onto the next street, though. And a little bit after that, who knows what alleys they'll be down. And she looks back at you. You pull your wrist free, but she says, well, a vivid imagination you have, and a vivid experience I can give you. The options are within. Please don't go.
I say, let me just clean up really quickly.
Give me a persuasion check. As you begin to pull your hand away as you say that.
Only 8. Only 8 persuasion.
Well, this tawdry lass says, oh, please, you have no idea. I have all kinds of sailors up from Precarious. If you need a bath, there are plenty within. As she clings to your to your wrist and grabs the lapel of your coat, I imagine, and holding you just for a moment. And she's not forceful enough. You can break free, but she's paused you for enough that you've lost sight of them as they turn the corner. If you would like to pull away, that is. You trying to figure out how to let her down easy?
No. Oh no.
No.
I'm thinking way beyond that. Um, I will say okay, really quickly I want to look up and see like what kind of like roof or awning situation this building has. Is it a climbable surface?
The roof itself?
Could I reasonably with assistance get up onto the roof of this building? Oh, it's a tower, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, getting to the roof is hard to
right.
say. You don't have good vision of the sky, but it's so many different things that are something jutting out from this spire, a bridge going across from here to there, and this and that. It collectively blocks out the sky. I don't know if there is a uniform roof here, and if there is, it is the plateau that is the next ward up, and that would be a difficult thing to climb up to. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Now, if you're just trying to get advantage again, perhaps a balcony up above, which you could climb on the outside of this tower, but
I'm thinking.
based on what you're seeing, Lower Dura is a crowded, tight, not aesthetically pleasing or particularly well organized architecturally district. You're not even sure if you'll be able to see them if you get up there. It could help, but you're not sure.
She's got one hand. I very quickly reach my other hand down into my coin pouch, grab the first coin I can find. So this could either be a copper, a silver, or a gold. So I kind of want to roll for it.
Roll a d10 because of your recent fortune with the painting things. I will say that on a 5 and up, it's a gold piece.
Okay, I grab a gold piece from my pouch.
Yeah,
because it was a 5. And I slip it into her hand, and I lean in again, and I say, I have an errand to attend to. I'll be back, and you can make good on this.
Oh. Well, I can't say it's often I'm paid in advance, but I'll remember your face as she lets go of your sleeve that she was holding on to and lets you slip away. Oh, I lost audio on you, actually.
Sorry, I was in push to talk.
Yeah.
I nod and wink, and then just kind of like, in a very exaggerated fashion, just like lunge off of the balcony and like almost sprint toward the intersection where I lost track of them.
Sure, and you push a couple of people aside, and you turn away. You turn down that corridor and you scan for them, and they're not there. You're not seeing them. You're glancing for smaller figures, and you do spot more than one halfling, but they're not the one you're looking for. At least no halfling in those leathers with an elf. You don't know where they are, but you do know.
I don't know many things.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to...
Tham'Vel is pretty low on information at the moment. I will just kind of like start briskly, but not obviously I don't know where I'm going, but I'm just kind of like moving quickly down this road, glancing in every direction. Looking at all of the shop fronts,
yes,
doors and windows, everything I can think of where someone would disappear to.
I think make an investigation check. as you look across.
15.
15. There are many inns and taverns. There is boisterous noise as you make your way down, and you see various names. The Bent Candle, the Cauldron's Ladle, and one that says the Anvil as you pass. And you stop for a second. You glance into the anvil. You can see that the bartender at the end is a halfling. It's not the one that you were talking to before. But you pause for a minute and you look around. Make a wisdom check.
Sorry, I did a save by accident. 1 second.
That's fine. Well, are you proficient?
I am proficient, so I'm going to roll again.
Just minus your just -2.
8.
Wah,
wah.
I guess one of us should say something.
I'm sorry.
Something is tickling in the back of your memory as you see the anvil. You know that you are in sort of a halfling district. You know that this district is influenced heavily by the Bormar clan, and you begin to wonder who these people are that you're following. Now, you know that elves not the most common choice, but it is possible. And give me a... Oh, yes. This is good. Yeah, all right. Give me a history check.
History, 16.
A 16. Halflings. Taverns. You know that the hospitality industry has been dominated by the halfling house Galanda. They bear the mark of hospitality. And you know that the sigil of House Galanda is the blink dog. And you see that halfling bartender, and you look at the sign, you see an image of an anvil.
Sorry, I'm literally like, as you're talking, I'm like reading line by line the thing. So yeah, I mean,
see it
like
coming across your face.
I wait a few moments, look down the road in both directions, and then very hesitantly take a step in the direction of the door to this tavern.
Make a perception check as you look up and down the street.
Perception 10.
It's not as crowded as above, and now that it's starting to get where the sun is beginning to set now. As you've taken a winding path through the city, you've journeyed a good ways at this point, and travel is always
These
slow
boots
going
were made
in the
for
city.
walking.
Yeah. Do you have your weapons on you? Like your equipment and everything?
I specified that I left my armor behind, which probably means I left my scimitar in my room as well. I would carry a dagger on myself at all times to keep just a measure of self-defense capability, but like obviously carrying around this double scimitar all the time in a city, I'm thinking like, why? But
Well, the why is for when you're in places like Lower Dura.
Exactly.
And you wish you had them now.
I sure do.
For many people who walk these streets, walk armed. And some are looking at your dainty elvish appearance and your not tattered clothing and the lack of weapons. And the streets are not as crowded as you would like them to be as you see someone eyeing you up the street. And it's a little too empty for your comfort.
What has he got on him?
What has he got on him? He's got a short sword hanging at his waist, and he stands at the opening of an alleyway. And as he looks at you and you meet his gaze, you can see him kind of turn his head and go. And stepping forward is another figure. A man. He's dressed in leathers, and he's got a bow on his back, and he kind of looks at you and gives you a scowl. Did you bring that big bag of gold with you?
I check my pouch to make sure it's still there, first of all.
It's there. And as you...
Wait, hold on.
Check your pouch.
I say, no, I'm just happy to see you.
Oh, they're not like right next to you. They're up the street. You can see them looking at you. But they're not like right in front of you.
They're not. Did they actually ask me if I brought a big bag of gold with me?
Oh, no. I was asking you that.
No, I remember this one thing I did do is I grabbed a few coins out of the pouch and put them in my satchel and left the rest of them right on my end table.
Is that true? Or the way I remember it is that you said that you pushed some of the gold towards your landlord for the month.
I pushed some of the gold to the landlord, and then I said I grabbed a few coins. I didn't specify how much. I should have, but I was like, just in case.
That's okay.
Like as pocket money.
Okay, so you left most of it at home. We'll say you have
like right on my
gold
table
with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. But as you subconsciously reach to check that pouch is there, we'll see. Maybe it's about the first time that I should roll a die after 3 hours. Duly noted by that gentleman, the two of them, and he plays it cool. But you can see him kind of turn back in towards the alley, but as he does so, you can see him kind of elbow the first one that is looking at you. Kind of pulls him in. And they go back in for a moment. And you don't feel great.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to look down that alley, not like move toward it, but I'm just gonna like look in that direction for a few seconds and then very quickly scurry into the tavern.
Yeah, sure. And as you bust in, I think we'll take our a break, as we've gone for about like 2 hours, I think.
Okay.
We'll take a break. I think we're circling towards the end here.
We're circling the drain.
We're circling the drain. These things always, I said this to you back in the day when we played together. Everything always takes longer than I think it will. It's because I talk too much and accomplish too little. But we will try to wrap things up as we come back, okay?
Okay.
All right, sounds good. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put us on our BRB screen. Alrighty, we are back. Okay. So, having tracked these figures that you know very little about, but seem to call to you based on the words of Flamewind, the Gyna Sphinx, you step inside the anvil. And as you come inside, there is a faint music playing. It's merely background noise. The establishment as a whole looks dingy. There are a handful of tables here, and there are patrons scattered, but the talk is low and the music is low. And as you look around, you see no performer. You see only a device in the corner, a large brass horn attached to a base, just a small square to hold, built a frame to hold that horn forward, but the horn itself connects only to a crystal, which is wrapped in the brass base of this horn, which becomes sort of a wiring almost that wraps around this crystal and holds it there. A faint light glowing from that, and the music emanates from there lowly. And the patrons here are scattered. There is some talk. You can see a couple of halflings in the corner, sort of dicing together on their table. Make a perception check for me. What you got?
Was the last perception I told you a 15?
That sounds correct, yeah.
I didn't hear the noise. Hold on. There it is. A 7 is my perception right now.
With a 7, and the fact that you are looking for a particular person, you do notice the short blonde hair and pointed ears of a gentleman sitting at a table against the wall on the left side of the room, with his back turned to you, as he sits across from not the halfling that you met before. You don't see her here. He's sitting across from a figure, hooded, his face covered in the depths of a dark robe he wears. They wear.
So I want to head over to the barkeep.
Sure.
Making sure to keep an eye on the two sitting at the table.
Mm-hmm. And she'll greet you as you come up, stepping away from a surly-looking dwarf sitting at the end of the bar. And she ignores you for a minute or so, as she kind of leans in and says something to him, and the dwarf kind of gives a of a guffaw.
Mm-hmm.
You don't feel like it's related to you or anything, but eventually she'll turn away. She'll look up at you and meet your gaze, and make her excuses to the dwarf as she heads down the bar to you. Yes?
Evening. Anything that's not ale?
Not ale. I have some wine. It's not the best. It's been here a little long.
Ale will do then.
It's not the best either, but ale it is. As she goes to a large cask behind the bar and taps it into a tankard, holding it at an angle, and then a foam builds up, and she puts it in front of you. Well, can't say I've seen you here before. Usually just regular faces.
As I grab the tankard, I slide a silver piece across the counter, and I sit down on a stool, and I hunch myself over, and as naturally as possible, I'll say, yeah, I don't come down here often, but to be honest, I'm here to visit someone. I'm wondering if you've seen them. And as I'm doing this, I'm very repeatedly glancing my eyes over to where the people are sitting at the table, hoping that she'll get the hint that I'm talking about them.
And she looks at you with becoming a little guarded, and she says, you're looking for someone? One of the few things the Anvil offers is a quiet spot for those who request it. Is someone expecting you?
I slide another silver across the counter. And I say to her, I'm... Okay. Let's just say I'm visiting unannounced.
Well, who are you looking for? She says, her finger on the coin, kind of sliding it on the bar top.
I say, I haven't... Oof. All right. I say, haven't decided yet. Which do you think is more interesting?
Well, that one I know. The other I don't.
When she says that one, can I tell who she's talking about?
She's caught that you're glancing at that table. And you can infer that one has their face hidden and one doesn't. You can make a guess which one she knows.
Anything you can say about this person?
She'll slide the coin a little further towards herself. His name's Raziel. He's in here quite a bit. And this wouldn't be the first time someone put a coin on his name.
Oh. Does he meet with people frequently who don't show their face?
This is a first. But he arranged it. Or his friend did. And the specifics of that meeting have had their privacy bought and paid for.
Well, I wouldn't want to make a mess of anything in your establishment. I suppose I'll just sit back and enjoy the entertainment for the time being.
Ha! She says. The entertainment. It's been a long time since we had any real performances here at the Anvil. This place has really gone south between you and me. But we maintain it. That is our way.
I say, what kind of performances have you had here in the past?
Oh, there was a time when bards, usually one-man performances, live music, or storytelling, sometimes that can be quite popular. The goblins have an affinity for it. But things have grown tense the last few years. Goblins aren't welcome anymore.
Not welcome in this tavern, or? Not welcome in a broader sense.
Dur is one of the only places they ever could be welcome. At least in Sharn. Most are unhappy with the developments, Dargun and Droam being as they are. And you can make a history check. So many history checks. This is like our number one skill.
It's the Wall of Exposition episode.
Yeah.
14 for history.
Sure. Dargun specifically, is the newfound country to the east, established only at the end of the last war a few years ago. And it is mostly a collection of goblinoids. However, Droam, specifically to the west of Breland, and not far from Sharn, you're reasonably close to the western border of Breland. Droam was a territory that was once part of Breland, that has now been ceded to the monstrous races there. That includes some goblinoids, but goblinoids are not the monstrous races. So some goblins in Sharn may be from Droam, some may be from Dargun, and some have lived in Sharn their whole lives.
I say, oh, that is a shame. Well, with an establishment so charming, simply won't do that you don't have live performers.
You're kind. It's been a while since the Anvil was charming. It's become, well, perhaps a lot more like its namesake. Functional. At best.
Well, you have my word. The next time I come down here, I'll bring a friend of mine who knows how to play a lute, and we'll see what he thinks.
Wouldn't mind that. Could help a little. bring something other than just a dicing table to the list of furnishments. And as you're talking with her, as you're chatting, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Okay.
Actually, no. Skip the check, because I'm scared you'll fail it. As you're chatting with her, you notice something strange. This place is not the best maintained, which is appropriate for the district you're in, to be honest. The district itself is in disrepair. You've entered into a very poor area. And as you're chatting, a rat peeks its head out from the stairwell that is to the back corner, and it kind of comes up. And just seeing that movement draws your eyes, and you notice for the first time a man standing there watching that stairwell, doing his best to seem unengaged as his eyes lazily cross across the inn. And the rat skitters past his feet. He pays it no mind, and it comes up towards the edge of the bar. And you look at it, and it looks up at you. And it kind of squeaks a little. And then it hops up on the stool and onto the bar.
I pick my tankard up and hold it in my lap.
And once it reaches the bar, the bartender starts going, "Shoot! Get out of here!" Shoo! As she grabs a little bar towel and starts kind of waving it around and kind of snapping it at the thing. And it looks at her surprisingly calm, kind of wrinkling its nose, and it just kind of hops back down onto the bar stool, just beyond her reach. She's quite small. She can't exactly reach all the way across the bar. And it just kind of stands there looking at you, wrinkling its nose.
Okay. I look back at it for a moment. I want to glance around and see two things. One, what kinds of weapons people are wearing in here. What is it just all short swords, or does someone have something a little more professional?
Make a perception check.
Okay. That is a 14.
14. The gentleman by that staircase has a short sword at his hip. And as you scan, there is a doorway at the end of the bar with a man leaning casually beside it. He's got a crossbow leaning on the other side of that doorway. And the people at the table, Raziel, don't see much. Dagger at his waist. Gentleman's sitting facing outwards in the robes. No weapons on him. But he seems confident.
Okay. And are there any open tables that no one is sitting at?
Oh, yes.
I will look into the rat's eyes for a few moments, take a sip of my ale, and then I will get up from the bar stool and go sit at a table by myself, and then kind of like lounge in the chair, cross my legs, and just kind of like watch to see what the rat does.
It hops down. It skitters around kind of the edges of the bar, making its way past, kind of going past an old abandoned abandoned kind of empty space where a performer might have been a long time ago. And it kind of skitters to the corners. And eventually, seeing you following its movement, kind of hops, skips, makes its way, goes back into that staircase where it came from.
And this is a staircase going down or up?
Both.
Okay. All right. I want to wait a bit. And this staircase, there's a guard at it, right?
There is.
Okay. I'm just gonna wait for a while and try and watch to see if I can kind of get any indication of what these two people are talking about.
Sure. Go ahead, give me one more perception check.
Mm-hmm. That is a 13.
A 13. You lean in close, and you're trying to listen. You're trying not to be obvious about it either. But you're trying to pick up something. And you can't hear anything. And you look up again, just to make sure. You can see that elf's lips moving. You don't hear anything. But what you do see is that sitting on the table in the center is a small device. It looks like dark metal at the base and an antenna, sort of a white, almost the color of bone material. And it just sort of sits there. And periodically it kind of wiggles a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And no noise is coming through. Make an insight check. Just reading the body language.
Insight? 8.
You're doing so poorly tonight, man. Oh, man, the dice are just enemies sometimes.
This is why I played a cleric, because clerics don't have to roll well.
Yeah, they get that little bonus. You can see that Raziel is quite animated, but that's all. The other figure is more reserved, but that doesn't mean much when they're hidden in deep robes. Their body language is hard to read.
Okay. I'm going to give them... No, hold on. Fortune favors the bold.
It does.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I'm going to stand up, slowly kind of like meander toward the staircase with the guard.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna like lean against the wall as if I'm just like casually like hanging back toward the back of the room and glance over to him to see if he is like weirded out by my presence.
Yeah, he's looking right at you.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Just visiting from out of town.
Yeah.
You work here?
Yeah. Something you want?
You have a bit of a rat problem.
I'll pass your note along to management.
I mean, I am not that type of patron, but
Oh, you're not?
some people could be, you know, little offended if rats are crawling around where they're
Yeah.
eating and drinking.
Does that offend you?
No, not me.
No?
I'm merely offering my
Why are we
advice.
talking about it then?
Well, it just so happens that I am a exterminator. I could handle that problem for you.
I'm sure that your services would be much appreciated by the proprietors.
Of which I assume you are not one.
Proprietor.
Right.
Right.
I look back at the barkeep that I just ordered the drink from, and I look back at the guard, and I kind of like nod in her direction, and I say, would that be her?
That's the bartender. She's good. She's not the proprietor.
Now I see what kind of place I'm in.
One with employees, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Would the proprietor happen to be downstairs?
And as you start questioning him, he looks past you as at this point you hear a sound as the door bangs open, the front door. And he quickly loses attention for your what's the term? Hygienic claims?
My business proposition.
Yeah, your hygienic concerns. He loses focus on that as
I'm a
he turns
consultant.
his eyes towards an exterminator. You know what? I should have asked you to roll deception then, I skipped it. As the door bangs open, this guy tenses up immediately. And you turn around to see what he's looking at. And you can see red-skinned and dressed in armor, a hobgoblin stepping through the doorway as he peruses the room and scans it. 3 goblins step up behind him as they come through. Many of them kind of pretending to be casual as they kind of spread out, walk into the room. One of them kind of runs their hands along the table as they walk up, making a bit of a show of it. And he kind of steps forward, the hobgoblin that is, in front of them, looks around. And before he can say anything, that guard, the one standing at the doorway at the end of the bar, kind of steps up, says, I don't know what you're thinking, but you better get the hell out of here before things get ugly. Captain looks at him
As he steps up, I instinctively take a step back behind him. At which point I'm glancing 3 places, right? At the front where the goblins have come in, at the table where the 2 were talking to see how they're reacting to this, and back at the staircase, which I presume has now been left open, right?
Well, the staircase, I mean, this guy is looking at the doorway and he's stepping forward. Yeah, the staircase is open.
Yeah.
Make a perception check for the rest. Let me...
Non-natural, 20.
Fantastic. As far as... I'm sorry, you said the places are the staircase, the front at the goblins, and at the table, right?
Yes.
Okay. The staircase is not being watched nearly as closely as both the guy standing at it and the guy standing at the other end of the bar by the doorway that leads into another room are both now hands at their hilts. Well, one at their hilt, the other has reached for his crossbow. He doesn't
As
have
one
it drawn
does.
quite yet.
Right.
Well, he doesn't have it up and ready quite yet,
Right.
but a quarrel is loaded. That's the right word, right? Quarrel?
A bolt.
Bolt. I think quarrel is also, whatever. The hobgoblin seems unperturbed, and his eyes scan past the guard, glances at the table. And at the table, you can see quickly a pouch sliding up into the sleeve of the robed one. And you can see them standing up as they look towards those who have come inside.
That device still on the table?
It is.
Okay.
The guard says, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
The guard says, I don't know what you're thinking, but you better get the hell out of here. And the other says, the captain, the hobgoblin, says, we're not here for you. He says, Chator, do not stand in my way. Your tiny clan will not stop us. So at this point, the bartender kind of gets up on the countertop and says, you know where you're at. Clearly. You know that this is not any place that you're welcome, and you know there will be repercussions if you intrude on our business. Now, this is your last chance. And she kind of signals, and the guard raises his crossbow. You better get out of here. And he looks back again and says, you're just intruders here. This is Dorsharat. And we will take this city back like we will take what we came here for. You, he says, pointing at the elf at that table. You will come with us. And it's at this point that he kind of raises his hands a little bit in a sort of placating gesture. And he says, I'm not here looking for trouble, just trying to do my own business. And you can hear his voice coming through now. And there's a tense moment. What do you do?
What is the hobgoblin carrying as a weapon?
He's armed and armored. He has specifically a longsword. Curved.
Perfect. I love that journey for him. At this point, I will wait for a dramatic pause to pass, and then I'll step forward, place my arm on the guard's shoulder, and step in front of him in the middle of the room, maybe 10 feet from the hobgoblin. And I'll say, sorry. I'll say, what exactly do you want with him?
It's none of your concern. You're just
How do you know
another-
what my concerns are?
I don't need to. They're not mine. This is my concern, Mayacha. You will not involve yourself. Or
I'll take another step to the whatever direction helps me to obscure his line of sight to the other elf. I keep forgetting his name.
His name is Raziel.
Raziel. And I'll say, perhaps you should be more concerned.
I don't think so. As he reaches towards his blade, and as he does so, you hear a sound behind you. A strange voice in accents crying something out in a language. What languages do you speak?
Just Common and Elvish.
In a language you don't quite know. And in a moment, a mist begins to rise from the floor. Fog encompassing the area. Quickly, your vision is reduced as this dense condenses and solidifies around, shrouding the landscape around you. And at this point, that captain straight in front of you is one of the few things you can see anymore. You whip your head around. The bar just 15 feet away, you can no longer see. The table with the elf and the hooded figure are gone. Only what is just before you can you see now in this clouded vision. And at this point,
just the hobgoblin, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I roll initiative.
As will I.
For the first time. My initiative is 11.
I'm trying to give you battle music.
Yes.
What is your dexterity? Your dexterity bonus is +3, correct?
It is.
It is. Okay. You are going first. What do you do?
I will draw a dagger that was concealed in my belt. In my left hand.
Yes.
Overhand, like this. Like this kind of stabby motion. And then I will point my finger at the hobgoblin. And in a thunderously low voice, to a degree that like everything between me and him reverberates with the sound of it, I'll say, give. And I'm asking him to give me his longsword using command.
As a command?
Yes.
What is that, a wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
DC 12, 13?
1 second. I believe it is 12.
And he rips the blade out of its hilt. My blade is my option. And you can see him shaking as he turns the blade, its hilt pointed towards you. And you can see that it takes a lot of effort as he tries to resist this, but turns the hilt to you.
Oh, he is giving it to me.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
He's
I grab the
reversing
sword
it.
with my right hand. Hell yeah. All right. Now we're in business. Now I got 2 blades. I'm in my element. That is my action, though. That was my whole turn.
That was a good opening action. I gotta say. It was a good start. You upped your odds there. He responds, command only lasts for a turn, but you're holding his blade now. So
exactly.
That is done and done.
Now he's got to take it back by force.
Yeah. he will... His senses coming over him as soon as you take the blade from him, he will shout, "No! That is mine. It carries my honor." And he will take his foot and try to lift it up to your chest and shove you back. Make an athletics check.
Okay. Non-natural 1.
With his 15, he will successfully shove you away from him as he steps back, reaching over his shoulder to draw the longbow there. He draws an arrow from his quiver as he steps back. He's now perhaps 15 feet away from you in the edge of the room, and you're quickly losing sight with him as you hear a shot come towards you. That is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Yes, absolutely. And he'll roll. Didn't even prep my dice. Look at me. A 5 damage that comes in as an arrow catches you. It's not a clean shot. It grazes you, but it is quite painful as blood begins to drip down your arm. His turn ends, and you hear a few things. You hear the as a quarrel is released from a crossbow. You hear the smashing of glass somewhere behind you. You hear the shuffled movement and many cries, various voices, some shouting strange words. You hear the sound of something heavy overturning. And it's at that point that a smaller figure leaps forward from the mists, and one of the goblins, looking about wildly, his what is he armed with? His scimitar in his hand. Oh, no, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. That's the basic stat block. That is incorrect. He leaps forward, looking at you, catches your gaze wildly, and draws from his belt not a blade, but a thin wooden wand as he gestures at you, shouting something in the goblin tongue. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. 10 total.
A 10. That would mean that you take... Oh, you're lucky. 1 point of damage as a bright light emits itself from the wand. It curses at you in another language and steps back, attempting to fade into the fog. But unfortunately, this fog is now beginning to fade. As it comes through, it is thinning. Your vision is not fantastic, but you can see further now. You can see that one of the tables behind you has been overturned. You can't quite see all the way back to that staircase before. You can't quite see the bar. You can see the table where Raziel was, and you can see that there is no one there anymore. And you can see that one of these guards is now just a bit to your left, locked, engaged with one of the goblins, and you can see the hobgoblin in the back drawing another arrow. It is your turn.
Okay. the goblin that just lunged forward and shot a wand at me and was trying to slink back into the shadows, I'm going to follow him with the sword. I'm just going to drop the dagger at this point and grab the longsword with both hands. And then, like, get low, rush toward him, and do, like, a spinning slash at his throat.
Okay, make an attack roll.
$21.
21 will definitely hit. You said 2 hands, that's a D10. However, this is a strength attack.
So, -1.
Yes.
Guess I have to just roll that manually.
There are 2 ways you can roll manually. You can do it in Roll20 or on D&D Beyond. Roll20 has the bar on the left side, and you can go to the one that looks like a polyhedron. Or your D&D Beyond character sheet has a symbol in the lower left-hand corner, which looks like a polyhedron.
There it is. D20, roll. No, that was D10, sorry.
Yeah.
D10.
-1.
So 2 damage.
It's not nothing.
Right.
It's not nothing. You're able to slash across him as he dances back, and he's surprised as approaching he could see nothing, but now the fog is beginning to fade, and his hit and run tactic is not working the way he had hoped. You draw blood, a faint trickle from the slash across his chest. It begins to drip down. And he curses at you as he dances back once more. Anything else?
No.
That's it? Okay. The hobgoblin will draw another arrow, draw it back, and then shout at you. And he says, Gatot, face me! And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh, okay. I have a wisdom saving throw of 15.
It's good. As you see him meeting your gaze, and you see him trying to hold you there, trying to take your attention and keep it, but you recognize it for the distraction that it is as he takes an attack at you. For a 12 to hit. What is
That
your AC
misses.
right now without armor?
15. The leather just adds a +1.
Yeah. As his arrow flies wide, you're able to dodge to the side. The last bits of this fog swirling around you as you do so.
As I dodge away from his arrow, I'll yell in his direction. I'll say, "Sorry, there must not be enough honor in this sword."
He'll cry and moan, I don't know, grunt in dismay as you mock him, and the goblin will once more backing up now. You can track his movement, but he's getting away and he's swinging that wand again. Go ahead and make another dexterity saving throw for me.
17.
17. You are unaffected as the light shines through. It seems like just light, but that mist seems to burn away a little bit as it travels towards you. But you're able to dodge that as it slams into the wall behind you. You take a look, your eyes follow it. You can't you just instinctively your eyes follow it, and you see it blast a couple of bottles on a shelf behind the bar. You look around, the bartender is nowhere to be seen, and you can see now at the edge of that bar the second guard, who is now loading another bolt into his crossbow. And it is your turn again, I think.
I'll flourish the longsword, and incomprehensibly, I will take a split second to examine its weight distribution, and then grimace at it, and then just hurl it into the corner of the room. At which point, I will crouch down and see if my dagger is anywhere to be seen.
Why? Because you tossed it away earlier?
Well, I dropped my dagger.
Say that. You did say that. Yeah, okay. If you just dropped it at your feet, you can find it. I won't make you roll to find it.
I'll snap up my dagger.
Yeah.
And then, somewhat concealing the blade, I will just kind of like lunge toward the small goblin again.
Uh-huh.
And then hold the dagger above my head and try and like gash him in the shoulder.
Sure, go for it.
That is a critical.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's 2d4 plus 3. Very nice.
So 5 plus 3, 8.
8. Fantastic. What does your critical look like with this dagger?
All right. So I lunge forward, like swing the dagger downward overhanded, and like sink it into his upper like back. And then with the motion, I just like carry him off the ground, and then just like shake him loose off of the off of the blade.
As he turns, as he sees you now, dropping the longsword, taking the dagger, he knows this is a short range weapon. He knows that you're closing ground on him, and you do so. You begin to charge at him, and he has backed away, so it does take some of your movement to close this distance to do this. By the way, maybe about 10 feet. And as he sees you coming, he tries to turn and run, but you get him just below the shoulder blade and then drag upwards, catching it almost like a fish hook in the jaw as the blade catches behind his shoulder blade. As you literally lift him up with it, and then as you throw back, and he just kind of, and you can hear as he kind of slides off the blade, which is not very long, but slides off the blade and kind of tumbles across the floor and does not rise.
My elven dagger is now just streaked with blood, and I'm just like grimacing at it, and then I look at the hobgoblin and then just shrug, just so he sees me.
And he growls at you again.
How much of my movement is left? Can I like duck behind a pillar or something?
Got like 20 feet. Yeah, you can do stuff.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
With my 20 feet. After I shrug at him, I will leap behind the bar and take cover.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. The dimensions are not concrete because we're doing theater, but I think 20 feet is enough. Yeah, you can leap across the bar. Give me an acrobatics check.
Okay.
You're running the length. At this point, you have moved pretty much back to the entrance of this bar because that's where the goblin was backing up to as he was trying to cast with his wand. So now you're running the length of the bar to get to the bar. What did you do?
I rolled a natural 20 again. But
okay, yeah,
for a total 23. Yeah.
You're golden. You're fine. You slide over the top of the bar, and you milk every inch of your movement. You're good. You're on the other end, and you can consider yourself in at least half cover. What is that? That's a +2? No, plus 4 to AC? I don't. Yeah, full cover means you just can't be targeted. So I think it's
Right.
+4 to AC, right?
I think half cover then would be a +5, and then like quarter cover is +2, if I remember correctly. Hold on.
Sounds about
5e
right.
cover. It is. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's half cover is +2, 3/4 cover is +5, and then total cover can be targeted. So half cover will be +2.
Yeah. Okay. So the you hear a little bit more chaos. You hear a voice shouting. You hear that echoing vaguely from below. You can see the. You know what? I think we're just going to use a D20 to see how that's going. You can see the guards still engaging, and each of them have now been engaged with a goblin. One of them is doing well. One of them plants a quarrel into the chest of this goblin, which is pushed backwards and begins kind of rasping as it pushes into his lung. The other guard is meeting the blade of this goblin, but its small stature and speed is doing it a favor as it dashes to the side of him and slices his leg, and he falls to one knee crying out.
Slices the guard's leg.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. And he's the one with the short sword, right?
Yeah. So the hobgoblin, seeing that you have abandoned his blade, will drop his longbow, rush to the center, and pick it back up once more. Then he will rush towards you now, leaping over that bar. He will take a strike at you, and he will meet your gaze as he does so, and you can see a rage, a personalized rage at this point in his eyes as he comes down. Oh yeah, that's like a 21 to hit, I think.
Okay.
For 10 damage as he brings his blade down on you, and he will say, "You cannot wield my blade. I will show you its proper use." And you can make another wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Non-natural 20.
Yeah, you're good. You're good on that. But you do take that 10 damage, and
Sure
it is your
do.
turn.
All right.
What's your health at?
4. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring the dagger up as if I'm gonna like lunge toward him with it, but then I'm going to like wind up my other arm and like brush it across myself, and a green shimmering light is going to encompass my whole body and just kind of like sink into my wounds and cure 10 hit points worth of damage.
Okay. You distract him as you instead take the opportunity to rejuvenate yourself as much as you can. Is there anything else you're doing?
I whisper under my breath, again.
Again, he says. And it will go to the guards' turns, I think. A quarrel is loosed at that goblin. The goblin tries to rush forward. The guard, now kneeling on the ground, tries unsuccessfully to wildly swing his short blade at the now retreating goblin. who's now closing with the crossbow guard. The hobgoblin will now once more with this time with a 19 strike at you.
Yep.
Dealing 6 points of damage.
All right.
A lot better than 10.
That's not as bad as last time.
That's not as bad as last time. As he slashes down, taking advantage of your moment of recuperation, you dodge to the side as best as you can, but he catches you on the shoulder and scores down the length of your arm, sort of a little bit filleting some of the skin down, as there is no pauldron there to stop it. And you, as the blade comes down, and like flick of blood is cast onto the bottom of the bar now. And it's your turn.
I let the impact and recoil of this wound propel my body sideways as I spin around, and then try and slice his carotid artery with my dagger.
Is that a called shot?
No.
Okay.
I'm just attacking with my dagger.
It's fine.
Just for flavor. Oh, come on. 9.
With a 9, he is able to bring his blade, switching it vertically as he catches your thrust. He swings to the side, his hands up, the blade coming down, but it pushes, catching your dagger, and pushes it off to the side, stopping it from making contact. Do you have any bonus actions?
So that there's a smite bonus action, but that requires me to hit something.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, if I was holding 2 weapons, I could attack with my offhand. But not right now, no.
Okay. Any
So,
movement?
I don't want to just run away from this guy. I don't have an action to disengage. So, basically, I want to glance around, just a real quick refresher. How are the other guards doing?
Yeah. So one is agonizingly not... It seems like he's essentially been hamstrung on one leg, and the goblin that he was facing is now rushing from him towards the one with the crossbow, who has fared better as he's knocked his quarry out. So basically what you're looking at is one ally and one enemy out there in the bar. As you look around, you also catch sight of that barkeep huddled in the corner of this bar that you have now taken cover behind. She's not far behind you, maybe 5 feet behind you, huddled in the corner, and a wide-eyed look of fright at the battle that's ensuing right next to her at this point.
Okay. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Mm-hmm. The other figures, Raziel and the hooded one, nowhere to be seen.
Right. Yep. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Oh, yeah, that's the end of your turn. I should be doing things. Sorry. So let's see how that guard fares as the goblin rushes at him. Not very well. And then... Okay, the goblin approaches, ducking under the bolt that launches over his head. He is quite small after all, and he's attacking a human. And he's going to swing with a short sword, which is a d6, right? For 4 damage at the guard. I think he can take a hit. The guard is surprised and is forced to drop his crossbow in the process of reloading it, as this goblin has now closed the distance. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin will take another swing at you, I suppose. What else is he gonna do? Okay. This time he rolls a 12 to hit.
That does not hit.
Fantastic. What do you do as he brings it down?
So let's say I kind of like collapse backward onto the bar and then just like lift myself up onto it as he swings down.
Yeah, absolutely.
The blade strikes the whatever wood or cobblestone floor, and my feet are like up.
Yeah, you lean back as he swings down overhead in an exaggerated, in his rage, an exaggerated attack, much telegraphed at this point. As he comes down in an overhead, you basically just turn to the side, avoiding the strike, hitting up against the side of the bar, and then you push up with your hands and lift yourself up, pulling your feet quickly beneath you until you are now crouched on the bar. What do you do from there?
At this point, I'm going to disengage.
Okay.
By just like rolling across the bar.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And as soon as I'm on the floor on the other side, I'm going to see if I can spot the short sword that was being carried by the guard that's on the ground. Is he still holding it, or is he just kind of given up this point?
He's not dead. He's not dead, but he's incapacitated on the ground and moaning. And he has his hand. He is holding the blade as he writhes back and forth. Do you try to take it from him?
I'm going to, as smoothly as possible, just kind of like sprint past him and see if I can just gently lift the sword out of his hand. And then I'm going to book it down the staircase.
Okay. Make a...
I'm doing the most paladin thing possible.
Running away. Make a sleight of hand check,
okay.
I think, to try and take the sword from him.
14 sleight of hand.
Okay. I guess I'll give him a contested. You're good. As you grab the blade from him, and he is too distracted, writhing back and forth, and you, not really by force, but more by surprise, as he doesn't really register your approach, yank it out of his hand, and you dash towards that staircase.
I take the stairs 3 at a time.
You're going down or up?
Shit. Maybe I should go up. Yeah, I'm going up.
Okay. You take them 3 at a time. You have, at this point, not much movement, to be honest, as you've now made it from behind the bar towards the guard, up the steps. You make it 3 at a time. I don't know. 3 of those jumps, maybe 10 feet up the staircase, which is now spiraling tightly to the next floor. You're about halfway to the second floor of this establishment, and that's when things end. You can hear further sounds of ongoing chaos below, but you're not sure what the results are. Although I should be, so... Okay, I can't tell you what just happened, but it's funny. And then... Okay. So you, it's back to you as you, I assume, can continue up these staircases.
Hell yes, I do. Yeah, I'm just continuing to sprint up the staircase. I've got dagger in one hand, short sword in the other. I'm looking for any kind of door or like the top of the staircase to just find a new purchase for myself to regroup.
Yeah, and as you get further up the staircase, you get to the top. You're looking around, and you can see private rooms along a hallway as you've reached the upper level of this inn. And there are a couple of that stretch beyond, there's a little bit more trimming. In fact, you're surprised as you look around. The quality of the carpet that is now running along this hallway is not commensurate with what you saw below you in the first floor, which looked dingy and in disrepair. This looks solid, maybe even a step above modest. And there are several rooms and a couple of vases on tables, few floral arrangements. It actually looks kind of nice, although you only can take those details in a moment, as now another halfling is pressing past you as he bumps into you as you reach the top of the staircase on his way down. He holds a blade in his hand, and he looks at you and says, "What are you doing here? What's going on down there?"
I wouldn't go down there if I were you.
Some kind of chaos. And he looks at you and he looks down. What's happening? And he can hear the sounds coming from below, crying, metal on metal and the like, the soft thuds of quarrel. And he's trying to decide whether you're the bigger problem or whatever's downstairs is the bigger problem.
I say, when he says, asks what's going on, I will say, running with some goblins. You've seen an elf walk by here.
Other than you? And he doesn't have much time. He doesn't have much patience as he says, "I don't know what you're talking about, and I need to know what's going on in the bar." As he starts his way down the staircase.
Suit yourself.
So what are you doing as he makes his way down?
I want to, just kind of, run down the hallway, checking all the doors. I imagine most of them would be locked, but I just want to, I'm kind of, in a bit of a panic.
Yeah.
And just, checking all the doorknobs just to see which ones will open, which ones might be already open, and what's inside those doors. I'm just kind of, scanning the whole area. Sure.
You bust into the one nearest by the door. It opens up on a chamber. There's a desk. It's not terribly large. In fact, it's sized for halflings. So the ceiling is a little low, in your opinion. A small bed, chamber. There's a desk. There's some papers across it. Nothing's jumping out at you as you look through. You go into the next door. It's much the same. You bust at the next one. It's locked. You bust at the next one. It's a small supply closet. You bust at the next one. It's another chamber.
Okay. So at this point, whatever combat length I have, just keep in mind. But my next goal would
Initiative
be
is loose right now.
Right. To just kind of tentatively sneak down the staircase, but in a hasty fashion, and see if I can peek out into the lounge area of the tavern to see what's going on without being spotted.
Okay. Give me a stealth check. That's worse than I thought.
14 stealth.
Okay. As you make your way down the stone steps, you step lightly, and you're able to peer beyond. And at this point, as you're approaching the bottom floor, once more, the sounds have calmed. The active sounds of battle have dissipated. And as you look out, you can see the fog is clear now. And the common room that you were in before has been wrecked. The tables have been overturned. One of them has a couple of bolts lodged in it from that crossbow. There is a little bit of scorching on that wall behind the bar where the wand attack struck. And there are 3 dead goblins in various positions, blood pooling under them. The guard who is at the staircase before is now kind of shaking, kind of rolling back and forth a little bit and moaning a little as the bartender tries to comfort him, kneeling beside him, the small halfling, looking especially small, trying to comfort this grown man. And one of the guard by the door is now consulting with that halfling who dashed past you on the staircase as they confer together. They're on the other side of the room. You're not quite sure what they're saying. What do you want to do?
I want to find this split second where no one's eyes are on the back of the room where I am, and just kind of like leap past the doorway and just run downstairs.
You're going down now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so you do. And as you descend, okay. As you descend, going lower than the lower wards, you begin to make your way. It goes on, and it is dim, and the lights are there for every 8-10 feet or so. There's a torch in this spiraling staircase, and the first thing that you pass is a simple storeroom. It's not very large. There is a larder here, some basic things stored, but the entirety of the room you can scan in a moment, and there is not much space to hide, only the staircase which goes further down, which you can follow if you like. It doesn't take that long to reach the staircase, the storeroom.
Right. So, after a quick glance around the storeroom, taking stock of the fact that there is not really a hiding space here, I will just continue on down the staircase further.
Dashing as you go down. There's maybe one more of those torches below the storeroom, and then it's unattended. You enter darkness as you try to make your way down, and at this point, if you do so, taking 3 steps at a time is no longer advisable.
Oh,
it would
no,
be dangerous to do so.
I'm not in frantic combat mode anymore.
Yeah.
I'm good to take the stairs like a normal
you a little more
human
carefully begin keeping your hand against the wall that is now curved and falling, and taking more slowly, your eyes gradually adjusting. You continue to make your way, and the temperature begins to drop. A little bit of moisture seems to be seeping through the walls eventually as you go further and further.
I push my stray strands of hair behind my ears to keep them out of my face, prevent them from matting to my skin.
And as you continue, it is 10 minutes passing.
Oh my god.
15. You're not sure anymore beyond that. You feel like you've been going for a while. The going is slow at this point in the dark, but eventually, as it gets cooler, you do feel something. A rumbling in the stone beneath your feet. It is not constant. It is periodic, just the slight vibration. and you make your way a little bit further. Now, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay. Perception 8.
You feel that rumbling, and something causes you to wrinkle your nose as you continue downwards. Something is now rising up, and eventually, if you continue onwards, you will reach a narrow tunnel. Dim light you can see now reflecting off of a wall in the distance, narrow corridors that lays ahead of you. And the wall is not stone, but metal, a plating it looks like, with screws in the corners. And you can see a faint orange glow. And now the vibrations are louder, and they're periodic as you hear a thudding and a metallic sound, many of them, and now something more high-pitched, like a screwing. You can hear the sounds of industry, as at this point you have entered into what is called the cogs, the region beneath Shard. And as you reach there, you can see skittering at your entrance at the bottom of the staircase. One of these rats makes it to the end of that corridor where the light is glowing and skitters down, turning the corner.
I drop my guard upon seeing this rat and scurry after it in a manner that is more childlike than would seem to fit my age.
And you do so, following it and turning the corner, and this is narrow. It's no longer just stone. It is, as you come around the corner, you're basically standing on a metallic walkway, and you can overlook and you see below these massive machinery that is just, it looks like a gigantic a wheel that is turning. You can see someone below. You're not even sure, but you can see a humanoid form pushing at this wheel, turning it maybe 50 feet below you. And you can see a few other figures, one pushing a cart. This is a somewhat open area, but there is tons of just empty space between you, where this walkway is, and that platform over there. And it goes down just into darkness, and you are just in this narrow pathway. You see the thing skittering, and you follow it, and you go along, and you're led once more away from the light glowing from this pool of what seemed like magma, melted steel in that open area, and the light is now fading behind you as you are entering once more into a narrow corridor, and just at this point following the sounds of this creature winding back and forth until you truly have no idea where you are. And it's at this point that you are in complete darkness. If you don't do something, you can't even see anymore. All you can hear is, perhaps periodically, that faint squeaking noise and the periodic rumbles of the industry around you.
Okay, so the last torch I saw along the staircase was a while back, right?
A long while back now. Very long while back.
And I have just entered a staircase again, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
You have made twists and turns, and the corridors have confused you. It's been too many.
I am just going to use my hands to like follow the walls, simultaneously looking for anything that could be a potential light source, such as a sconce on the wall that happens to not be lit right now, while also kind of following the general direction of this squeaking rat as best I can.
You're beginning to feel desperate. As your hand follows up the wall, hoping to feel that sconce. And there's a little panic at this point as you begin to wonder if you can find your way back anymore. And you continue with your hand along the wall. You don't find a sconce, but you keep your hand there anyways. You heard once a long time ago that if you keep your hand on a wall, you can't get lost. And so you follow. And as you come around the corner, the sounds stop. But you see a pair of yellow eyes low to the ground looking at you. And then more. Another pair, another. And you hear a voice calling out. I'm surprised you would follow me this far. What are you after?
I say, do these rats belong to you?
They do my bidding?
To be honest, I don't know why I'm following you just yet, but that I am.
That makes two of us. I remember you, she says, as you hear and a torch is lit. She draws it up. I saw you at the theater.
Is it the halfling?
It is.
Okay. I say, I should apologize again for obscuring your view.
Perhaps should apologize for bringing Dask down on our heads.
Who's Dask?
You can make a history check. Are there skills? Look at list of skills, damn it.
I feel like I know, but I just want to be a churl. Guess what? 4.
You're aware that Dask is a criminal organization.
Mm.
That's
okay.
about all you're aware of, I guess.
I say, well, yes, that too, I suppose.
Are you working with them?
Why
were you following me? Am I just supposed to believe that it's a coincidence that I see you in Memphis and then our quarters are attacked? I'm just supposed to forgive that.
I have not wielded metal for coin in quite some time. But yes, I think you must believe just that. You found me at quite a strange time.
Make a persuasion check. Oh my god, Dan.
5.
What's going
natural
on
1.
tonight? What is going on? Let me look at this log. Let me just check in on this log that I've barely been looking at. I guess you did pretty okay throughout the combat in general, but oh my god, the skill checks. Oh my god. Ay. Maybe I asked for too many.
No, I just roll badly.
Sorry, but I'm not buying it. You're gonna have to do a little better than that, she says, as you can see now in the light of the torch. It is not one, it is not 5, it is not even a dozen. There are easily 20 rats swarmed, sitting on their hind legs, oddly in attention, standing between you and her. And they raise up on their back legs as she takes a step forward. Well,
what of the falling star?
star.
Perhaps a bronze dragon?
A dragon. Is that who sent you after me? Running out of patience.
Ugh. All right. All right. Okay. Real quick. Remind me the elf's name again, and I'm going to write it down.
It's Raziel.
Raziel. Your name is Raziel, correct?
She looks at you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the elf was here too.
No. It's just
No,
a
okay.
halfling.
Just a halfling.
No. Do you want to say that or no?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to mention Raziel?
Yes, I'll say, I think I'm supposed to find Raziel.
So it wasn't me you were following?
Perhaps not.
Well, it's just as bad. He looks out for me and I look out for him. So what do you want with him?
I scan the many eyes of these rats. And I say, I think I'm supposed to protect him from something tonight.
What makes you say that? I want to say, but I want to have secrets too. Is that the internal struggle?
Before we met at the theater, I spoke to that Gynosphinx, Flamewind.
She looks at you. Her eyes narrow. Make a persuasion check. Come on. Rooting for you. There we go.
15.
Now, that's a tale a little too tall for someone to say who is trying to convince me. Go on.
Well, She wasn't as explicit as I would have preferred, but she said something of a newborn brother. And that a monster with many eyes would take him if I did not intervene.
What? What'd you say?
A monster with many eyes. Do you know what I'm speaking of?
No. Though something took him. I couldn't see what happened. And the fog covered it.
I assumed he had gotten away.
It would seem so. If he came this way, I missed it. But the cogs are labyrinths. I have many eyes, but I can't watch them all at once.
Many eyes.
Many. I think you need to speak to our employer.
And who might that be?
You'd probably be surprised. But I'm working with a council member.
To what end?
Well, I'll let her explain it to you. But suffice to say that Razio was supposed to be taking care of the handoff of an important shipment tonight. Things clearly didn't go as planned. Everything's hit the wall, and now I don't know where he is. You're gonna have to speak to Thora. And if nothing else, she'll establish whether it's your fault Dask was hot on our heels to this incredibly important handoff.
I suppose that would be bad for me.
That would be very bad for you.
Tell me where I can find this Thor then.
I'll find you. Tomorrow. I'll bring you there.
You'll find me.
I will. You doubt it?
I glance over at her rats. I suppose I shouldn't.
No, you shouldn't.
Very well. Exasperated sigh.
Well?
I will patiently await your summons.
Are you going to go?
Yes.
And you look around?
Assuming I can find my way back.
You have no idea where the fuck you are. You have no idea where the fuck you are. You're like,
As I turn around and like take a few steps in the other direction, I'll turn back and say, Could you maybe show me the way back to the surface?
Yes. And she'll kind of kneel down, kind of gesture, and the rats will turn around to her. She'll kind of whisper to them and kind of... One of them will kind of step forward. He'll take you out.
Oh, good. This one was my favorite.
She laughs a little, actually. Mine too. Now go. The
I'm so
mysterious
pathetic.
elf.
All right.
And who shall I be introducing to Thora?
The name given to me by my parents is Tham'Vel.
You say that like it's not the name you take.
It works well enough. It's just that names are one of many ways our parents foist burdens upon us.
I'm not here to listen to your... What is that? Is your name Tham'Vel?
Yes, my name is Tham'Vel.
Okay, yeah, that's what people do when I say, what's your name? Jesus. Oh yeah, that's not a thing. Balinor. In the same tone and pattern as people say Jesus. My name is Zay, and I will find you and bring you to my employer.
Did you say they or they?
Zay.
Oh, Zay. Gotcha. Well then. I anxiously await our reunion. Ugh.
Go. And the rat will start to head off. Not waiting for you very long as it disappears into the dark.
I follow the rat swiftly.
And you
almost panickedly, trying not to lose the sound of it squeaking.
And it is panicking, and it's frustrating, and it's terrifying, and it's dark. And you wonder if this is the ultimate goose chase. But eventually, in time, as you turn back and forth, it is not the path that you took before, as it does not ultimately lead to a staircase, but instead to an ascending ladder, which you follow. At this point, the rat no longer leading you as it pauses there and waits for you to take that ascent. And you do, and it is longer than you thought to reach up, to reach the top. You did not realize how far below you had descended at this point. And eventually you push up at the top against a grating above you and knock it backwards. Stepping out into the street below, it is the middle of the night at this point, and it is quiet above you as you enter into a district that seems wide open and barely attended. The buildings here are... Between the spires, there are buildings that are unusually wide and flat and with large sliding doors, and it seems like a series of warehouses around you. And The streets are mostly empty. And as you make your way through, for just a moment, you catch a glance upwards towards the sky, and in a rare experience for someone in Lower Dura, you can just catch a glimpse beyond, between the bridges, between the towers, of the sky, the night sky above. And there, perhaps not as large as in your dream, but you see that orange-red moon. You can't help but pause and glance at it for a moment before you continue on your way.
I thought it was going to be a rat again.
Yeah, I guess I did that for lots of different things.
Squeak, squeak, follow me, squeak, squeak. And that is, I think, where. Well, go ahead. What were we gonna say?
As I get like a whiff of fresh air for the first time in a while, I will like very closely like sniff my tunic to see how much of the like stale underground odor has seeped into it, deciding whether I need to wash it tonight.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a smell of staleness. It is the smell of smoke.
I got cut in this shirt, so I should probably wash it anyway.
Oh yeah, there is blood from before, and a decent amount that is now beginning to dry. And pulling your tunic forward to see that cut hurts as it is dried on scabbed, and you're pulling that loose, and it's a little bit difficult, and it's become crusty. And I perhaps failed to mention this earlier. As you descended, it got colder, but as you entered the cogs, truly, it was hot down there. And you have, in addition to the heat itself, but your anxiety moving through those dark corridors, there was quite a bit of sweat on you as you climbed that ladder, making your way back up. So now, in general, your clothes, pretty soiled.
Yes. I am doing my best to pantomime walking home from the bar on a normal night that just got a little too sloppy. And yeah, I just drag myself back to my room and collapse on the bed.
It's a long journey, but you can make it. And you do so, taking a long rest and seeing perhaps an overdue positive thought as you step back into your apartment and see that pile of gold that's sitting on the table there. And you remember, in a weird moment, oh yeah, this day started great. What happened? This day was amazing when I woke up.
I got too curious.
Exhausted, you lay to rest for the night, and that is where we'll end our session, I think.
Okay.
And we will pick up next weekend, next Sunday.
Is next Sunday going to be everyone?
Yes.
Awesome. Ooh.
And there you have it.
I'm excited to see the exact circumstances in which we all meet each other. I mean, I feel like I have an idea, but I'm excited to actually see it.
I'm excited to see it too. All right. Very good job. And thank you to everyone who tuned in. We actually, believe it or not, we actually had some people who were here for pretty much the whole stream, which amazes me because that is 5.5 hours. And then we had some others who popped in and out. So thank you to everyone who came by. And that is it for now. So we'll see you all on YouTube.